Howdy, folks. Welcome to Adventures in Alberon, our 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons game. I'm Joe Treff, your Dungeon Master, and joining me, as always, are Matt, Miles, Ali, and Tina. Thank you very much for coming to hang out during this 2+ year long campaign. Before we jump into a recap of what happened last week, a couple of announcements. First of all, we have this thing. It's a little Adventures in Alberon enamel pin, which actually I don't know, I took this out actually just to show you, so I'll show you. You can see the hard enamel pin. It was made by Wizard Pins. Super cool, and they are going to be going out starting, I'm going to guess, given my timeline at the moment, about 2 weeks, just because there's going to be some handmade things that are going out as well with that. Each person who is going to be getting that, so for instance, Talon Nail, our great moderator for this Twitch channel, is going to be getting one a long time ago, and I don't know, I'm sure Talon remembers this, but he redeemed a reward to have an NPC named Talonnail somewhere in the world. You guys, of course, went far away from Farshore, and so never met him, but there will be an encounter map for the store that Talonnail owns. For Drew and Dicey Encounters, there's going to be a little overland map, a couple different things like that. So those are going to be coming out in the next couple weeks. And they're going to come with this little enamel pin, and that's going to go to people who have in some way contributed to Alberon, the setting or the campaign. And it will have a little thing representative of what you've done to shape this world. So thank you guys very much for hanging out and making that possible. And actually, the only reason that the whole pin thing was possible is from the subscriptions and the bits and all that kind of stuff. So thank you very much for that. It's super cool. We have an Instagram at Alberon RPG. A lot of times we will have hand-drawn encounter maps. There is now, in the next couple of months, going to be a large amount of 3-dimensional terrain that is going to be coming through, and that will be being built and painted. You'll see that there. There are hand-painted miniatures, such as the little Karanza Billows, who now joins you guys because, we have to have everybody painted up. It won't focus, of course, but well, there you go. But to see things like that in a little bit more detail, Instagram is the easiest place to go and see that. Hello, Das. Thank you for joining us. Have a good stream as well. And then finally, we have a website at alberonrpg.com. Just alberonrpg.com. It has a lot of information about this campaign. It has biographies about each of the characters. It has a graveyard for the important characters who have died, so one of whom has actually come back. It has a very, very deep lore section that is being expanded upon every couple of weeks. It's slowed down as real life has gotten quite busy over the last month, but the Dungeoneer's Guide to Dominion is under the lore section on alberonrpg.com. It has the different places that races, classes, and the various kind of geographical sections and details about those, all kind of detailed a little bit more. So that's at alberonrpg.com/lore. And then if you do want to catch up on this story so far, the entirety of it is written up on the website as well. And then finally, Sirenscape is what we use for all these sounds. So with that, nice and quick. With that, we can just jump into our recap. Finger Gang. Last we played, you found your progress blocked by these explosive fire elementals known as flame ghasts, kind of humanoid in nature, but hunched with their bodies transitioning into swirling columns of flame instead of legs. These skulls darkened without mouths. Seeing them and seeing the volcanic nature of this environment, you decided to turn around and backtrack to the region of this crumbling ancient dwarven citadel known as Kolarista, the region called Jalog's Folly. You managed to bypass this gate, which you found to be immaculately clean. You had Karanza transmute the stone near the door to dirt. You entered into an avenue of polished granite walls. You found, through walking, areas of damage and destruction, a little bit less so than what you had been by previously going towards this volcano. But there were other things that made this place unique. You came upon a bag of patchwork leather that you later discovered to be tanned humanoid skin, containing a jar of eyeballs and a small box that contained 5 golden eyes. As you began to wonder about these things, recalling old tales that might have had to do with this area, Heinrich, you recounted fairy tales of creatures known as gray dwarves, psionic dwarves that were enslaved for generations by creatures known as mind flayers. Your group ducked into a side chamber to rest. Heinrich, you took some time over the course of this night to commune with Uriel, your patron, who seems to work for Helm, and learned that though the Grey Lady was indeed a danger to you, she may also present an opportunity, as what lay beyond her was far worse. You slowly woke, with Akka, of course, waking first, only requiring 4 hours to meditate. Um, the two of you discussed elements of um, enchantment and the ideas of being given abilities or powers through objects or creatures maybe not entirely understood. Akka, you, with a very unique perspective compared to Heinrich, who also has had quite an adventure with a very similar thing. Uh, Heinrich, you decided to contact Edelweiss in the early hours of the morning, a theme with your party. And she told you of the Duragar, a race of gray dwarves with psionic abilities that matched very closely with the tales that you had told previously. With this information in mind, you all continued along this dwarven neighborhood in the Everbright Band, until you came upon a door to a single small chamber. And let me just switch over our music here. Uh, all right, so who was it that opened the door?
It was either myself or Akka.
I think it was me.
I'm going to say it was probably Akka.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, Akka, as you open these doors, in front of you, all of a sudden, there's this shift of movement, and you can see a body collapse out, bones just kind of scattering across the stone floor. You can see in the fairly dim light, because I think one of you has a light source. I'm not really sure who it was, but
I had flipped the marble with light on it up
Right.
against the door.
so you have roughly like a torch's worth of fire going, and in this light, you can see it's the remains of a dwarf, still in this sort of leather armor, 2 tones of gray, really worn away, and your eyes kind of take in the rest of the space. It's a very, very small chamber, maybe 15 feet deep. And as you hold this marble up and the light casts shadows into the room, you can see scratch marks along the wall. You see writing, not in Dwarvish, curiously, but there's all manner. You can smell old, kind of desiccated, maybe. I would say make a perception check, Akka. You're in front.
That is a 17.
Okay. It's a weird smell. It's almost like wet dog, but faint and less pleasant. There's something off about it. Something kind of turned. Um, and looking around, I mean, this place is filthy. There are scraps of cloth, there is soil, and elements of wood that have been bunched over. And then as you kind of hold the light down, you see tiny little bones sticking up out of this, like it maybe those that would belong to like a rodent, perhaps.
Are there any visible entrances or exits other than this one when I'm looking in?
With the perception of 17 that you just rolled, you don't see any exits. You see a lot of writing on the walls. You can see an area with little marks scored into it. It looks somebody's keeping track of something. There are quite a few of them. I would say you also see, kind of looking down at this corpse, you can see this leather is very strange. It's not a material that you're used to seeing or working with.
I think at this point I probably would have been like, put my hand back. I'm
Okay.
like not in the door, you know,
Sure. Pull it out.
because like this seems like a layer of something bad.
So it's only about 15 feet deep and 10 feet across. It's almost like a storage unit in terms of its dimensions. It's very
Okay.
small. Yeah.
Okay. With the movement, though, I think I'd be looking for the source of that movement that had dropped the body.
Okay. So when you opened the door, the body dropped out. You would imagine it was leaning against the doors. Yeah.
Okay. I misunderstood that.
Yeah. Sorry, my fault.
Okay.
Well, the bodies.
So
And
I
you did.
imagine that everyone else has seen the body then too.
Yes,
Yeah,
certainly.
it fell out into the hall, pretty much, right?
Yeah. So it's like, yeah. So basically, it would have hit your feet, Akka, and elements of it, probably the skull, kind of rolling between your legs. What? What?
Not even a dex save.
Make a dexterity saving throw to not be touched by a dead guy.
Oh, I got a 10.
Which is less ridiculous sounding, I guess, in context. But
Yeah.
that was a 7. So yeah, fucking.
yeah. So it hits you. Little elements of the dust up into
gross.
the air. You breathe a little bit in. You start coughing, and you're distinctly aware of the fact that this is probably skin that you're inhaling.
Nice. You wanted that save, Matt. That's. You said there was writing on the door. Is that immediately apparent to me?
Yes. So as you
Okay.
look, it shifts to you, and
Look at
you can read it. It's a variety of things, and as you look at it, it transitions. You can see areas where it begins kind of in some kind of maybe like a chalk, like a black chalk, and it seems to transition into carvings. And there's an area where you can actually see closer to the door. It gets thinner, less drawn into the walls, and you can see elements of old dried blood, like these were scratched by hand.
Right.
But starting kind of towards the back, make an investigation check, because these words were definitely written. You can see it's orderly at first, but quickly transitions into being a little bit haphazard, and you get the sense of somebody kind of losing themselves within this space, even just looking at it.
18.
An 18. Okay. With an 18, you kind of going up towards the top, you begin in the very, very beginning part of it. It looks like the most organized, the most well put together, the neatest written, and it's just chalk or charcoal, perhaps. But it says, "The screaming stopped. Finally. Almost 3 months. Is she gone? I haven't heard the crying either." You kind of transition through. There are parts scratched out and hard to read, but the next thing you could read is, "Note, fuck bears." You keep looking through elements now where you can see almost like this kind of it looks like dried up fur, like a mat of fur that's been kind of pushed into the wall. And it obscures part of the writing, but you shift over, and even as you do, maybe it's just the movement in the space for a while, but this kind of fur thing hits the ground, very dry, and it says beneath it, "Dead mice keep appearing." The next thing says, "My name was Wolfgar, and I served Darkholm well." And this is the first thing that you're seeing, not in this charcoal. This is scratched in. And here, you can see above this elements that have been sort of carved in. Heinrich, I think, without any kind of a roll, you get the sense somebody was counting days or trying to. You continue to read. It speaks of a vengeful spirit. It talks about this her that was identified as being the banished scion, the one that would ally us with those from the far realm. He writes, "She has allies. I'm not sure what, but it floats." And you see the letters, the runes kind of drifting up towards the ceiling. You're starting to get the sense of this madness taking over. There are parts now that you can read that just makes no sense. You pull out things like, "Nothing is what it seems. The child is not what it seems." You see kind of towards the base of the ground, very small, written tiny. And this is where you're beginning to see the elements of dried blood in these shallow carved grooves. "The illusions will be useless. They don't affect her." And the last thing that you can see kind of carved in front of this figure, or where this figure was probably leaning over before he collapsed, where the knees would have been, carved into the ground. And Heinrich, you can see one of the hands left behind from the body falling out, the arm still left behind. The fingers are nubs. This creature, whatever it was, scratched these messages in. The hunger is getting bad. I'm getting desperate. I'll start eating them soon. You look around. That is what the writing is that you see.
I
Is
will.
Sharon any of that?
Guys.
Yeah. Sure.
Is the skeleton dwarvish?
Make a medicine check.
Is it bearish?
23?
Make an intelligence check, Heinrich. 23. So you watch as Shay kind of crouches down and really begins to look at these bones. And Shay, you, well, not having directly had a lot of experience with like dwarven skeletons necessarily, for some of the work that Gamble has done, there's a lot of kind of study of anatomy, and you've seen drawings, diagrams, pictures. You can see this broad skull, the short kind of condensed chest cavity, the thoracic cavity. Definitely built more to be compacted and serve in a smaller space. Probably a dwarf, yeah. But with a 23, you look at the skull that rolled between Aka's legs. And where it came to pass, it didn't roll very far. And it's because it has this almost elongated, oblong nature. You'd imagine the brain of this creature probably different. I'm thinking about the psionic capabilities that Heinrich mentioned. This is probably the corpse of a gray dwarf.
I would point this out.
I'll say so. Not a bear then, because I rolled a 2.
Yeah, and so there are elements of it that bears have bones. You know this, and this thing certainly has bones. But as far as you can tell, it's not a bear.
Mm-hmm.
Hearing what Shay says, it confirms it for you.
Yeah. What else is in this room? Are there
Is the
Mines.
scion?
are there other holes or exits or secrets in this room?
So if you would like
Store
to
anything?
to
Store
kind of-
For secrets.
if you would like to enter and kind of look around, you can make an investigation check, or
Yeah,
if
I'm
you
gonna
would like,
case the
Sure,
joint, see if
make an
you stashed
investigation
any
check.
more important shit that might illuminate more about this.
Did you tell us about what it says on the walls?
yeah,
Okay.
So another investigation yields 21.
21. So starting kind of around, first of all, as you're looking through these little bones and kind of putting what you see together, these are mouse bones. It appears as if this creature at some point sustained itself just eating dead mice or parts of them. Looking at this corpse, it's wearing leather armor, although the leather is very peculiar. And as you get close to it, there are these stiff, kind of bristly, not spines, but really rigid hairs. Comes from some kind of a creature. It's been dyed this kind of two-toned gray, and you can see there's a patch on the left shoulder pauldron. It's weirdly like a stylized octopus with a pair of daggers lodged into the temples of the head. Looking at it and kind of, are you going through like how closely are you inspecting this body? You rolled pretty well.
Well, if that's where my investigation led me, then pretty
Okay.
close, I suppose. If there's nothing in the room that seems more relevant.
Looking around the room, I mean, there are like elements of kind of dead creature. You see this stuff that you thought was soil, probably kind of like old fecal matter. But there are not items
Not in the
really.
bag.
Yeah, you can put that in the bag if you really want. You do see there is now really poorly blunted this sword kind of in this like wrapped up into the actual bones itself. And looking at it, it's very peculiar because it has kind of like a short sword handle, and it does go out, and then it becomes almost like the most absurd cutlass you've ever seen because it goes around. It's almost like a circular blade. Almost, and Shay, you can see almost like a monk weapon in ways. I mean, you've never seen anything like it, but you can imagine in making something into an extension of your body, this would very, very closely kind of fit into a fist. But it's clearly been used to try to open this door. And looking at the inside of it, you can see marks that have been left. The door is metal and stone, very, very secure. Stronger than the material of the blade itself. I would say that's kind of all you find. You would imagine things of import. This creature seems to have been trapped here, and probably was not left with things that it could use in its pursuit of escape.
I'll take the patch.
Okay. You rip it off and put it in your bag.
It seems like this thing was unintentionally trapped here, but
Octopus.
why
name
was
of the clan? Sorry, Dark something, Darkholm.
It said, my name was... My name was Vulfgar, Vulfgar, and I served Darkholm well, Darkholm.
Yeah.
And are you saying that out loud?
I suppose.
So Darkholm, for anybody who speaks Dwarvish, for anybody who speaks Dwarvish, there are elements of it that seem to maybe kind of go towards some kind of connotation of night. It's not directly connected to the Dwarvish that you would know, but it has some basis in that.
So
nothing else.
It mentions the scion and she, right?
Heinrich, what was your investigation check?
21.
21. There is one other thing.
Okay.
Looking up, there's a peculiar symbol, and it's hard to pick out. You almost didn't see it because within the natural grain of the stone itself, there are lines. You know, it's natural kind of gray rock that's been carved relatively flat. And as Akka kind of pulls away and is kind of considering and moves the marble, you see the shadow shift above. And for a brief instant, you're aware of the fact that there is a pattern. Examining it more closely, it looks almost like a carving about the size of a softball in the shape of an eye. But where the pupil would be, there is a strange-looking skull. Dark shapes kind of drifting down from it where they disappear where the edge of the eye is, and a number of symbols that do not translate to you. You can see the edges of them kind of twist and turn and flicker as if they're trying to, but whatever this writing is, it's old and or quite powerful.
Detect magic eye on it.
Okay. You cast Detect Magic. It is not magic.
Okay. Is it familiar to me in terms of the carvings on the key and the vibe of that key?
This is the key that you got for the granite Overwatch?
Yeah. That was
No, this is
whatever.
weird. Oh, you're talking about like the little symbol that kind of burned up?
No, not that.
This is not
any of those two new pieces of information that have
the closest thing that this would remind you of is the remaining scorch mark of that chest that Akka had opened.
Okay.
Whatever created that is probably what made this situation occur.
Okay. So this dude was being watched by her as well, probably. Anytime we see eyes, we got to be careful because I'll point it out to everyone. Be like, hi, that's probably how she's looking at us, or at least a good way without.
Why would she kill her own people, though? If this is who they're talking. Well, she's a gray dwarf too, right?
We don't know that.
I mean, isn't it the Grey Lady?
Right.
And he mentions
just because they are the same kind doesn't mean that they are allies.
But he mentions it seems like they were betrayed or something. Although, if the writing is about her being the Grey Lady, and she has allies that they weren't aware of, right? Is that what it said?
Specifically, it said, or the part that Heinrich said was, She has allies. I'm not sure what it was, but it floats.
Oh,
And then the
I'm-
part that you were talking about previously was she isn't a vengeful spirit. It's the banished scion, the one that would ally us with those from the far realm.
does that like mean anything to anyone?
I mean, the far realms mean it wouldn't be of this plane, I'm guessing.
Right.
So she, if it's her, wouldn't be from here either. And based on the way that Uriel described or talked about her, I would believe that, yeah, that might be the same person.
I'm
Those
trying
are
to
just
think of
thoughts.
creatures that I know float. Like what kind of ally would float?
Birds.
Besides-
I mean, make
Jellyfish?
make a nature, arcana, or religion check. Your choice. Each will have a different result. Or, I
No.
mean, you can make a flat intelligence check if you want to think about it from a physics standpoint.
how's a 25
On.
on Arcana?
So, thinking about this from the perspective of one who is an artificer, creatures that float, you think about creatures that have alchemical components and elements that you might utilize to cause this kind of thing. Recently, in fact, you killed away a dragon, of which elements might be used to create some limited form of flight. So that certainly comes to mind. Dragons, you just follow. You can think of birds. You can think. I mean, there's literally hundreds of things that fly and float. As a spellcaster, you've heard of something called Tensor's Floating Disc. It's a spell that allows this kind of metal disc to rise up and carry things for you.
Yeah, but I mean, she's not going to ally herself with Tensor's floating disc.
Probably not. But again, your question quite vague. So there's a lot
The
of things that
details
float
and
and fly.
info we have to work on is not enough to get any information either. So I would just say let's be aware of eyes. Let's keep our heads up.
My eyes?
No, and I'll point
And
out a thing.
illusions don't work on her, so
I feel like we already kind of
Okay.
gathered that one. If
Yeah.
it's a mind flayer or something similar. These things are
What's a mind
good with
flayer?
that.
it is
I
a
only know
thing
limited
that
stories.
plays your
Yeah,
mind.
so-
like a really complicated riddle.
Mind flayers are something that are definitely like the stuff of fairy tale and horror stories around the campfire, with like a nice little marshmallow on a stick. It's not something that, as far as anybody would have even imagined, exists. They are said to be these horrifying creatures of twisting, writhing tentacles and soulless, dark eyes that can eat into the mind of a creature it makes eye contact with. Crazy stuff.
I'm gonna argue I've seen a lot in my little life to discredit something like
Sure.
that existing.
Absolutely.
Just gonna say.
No, I think that's true for all of you at this point. But for most
Yeah.
people, like all of you leading up to your adventures in this over the last couple of months, realistically would have been like, oh, that's crazy. Now, sure.
I mean, we're in the Cold Forge.
Yeah, you're in a legendary place that has been lost for millennia.
I mean, I'm a cat person from like a different dimension, so mind flayers, why the hell not?
Yeah, no, exactly. So you've heard of these things, but you don't know details.
And
I've
whether
heard
or not
of those things, but I don't know details.
right,
Says
and whether
Morwen.
or not the ramblings of this crazy poor soul are referring to that or something else, it's hard to say. But since there's nothing else in here, should we press on?
Turn
I think
the
I'd-
pipes up from the first time. No, yeah, I think that's probably a good idea.
I'm going to
Does
take
this place
like
look
one
rich?
last glance around,
No.
see
Make
if
a
we missed
perception check,
Or-
Aga.
to see like. Is
What
there
was
anything-
your question? What did you say there, Morwen?
Does this place look rich?
Rich
Make
in
an insight check.
This 10
20
foot cube room with poop
23.
in the corner.
Well, maybe I have to check onto the floorboards
23?
or something.
Yeah, the stone
Um,
carved.
Whatever.
With that perception
Getting
check,
on.
you can see Morwen
Whoops.
kind of looking
You don't
around.
either.
You gather and you watch Heinrich look. Heinrich looked pretty closely. You imagine there isn't a whole lot that you've missed.
Okay. Yeah, then I'd leave. I don't want to hang out in this like creepy prison room.
Yeah. You kind of look down.
Oh.
There's still bone dust and
Whoa.
like the elements of dried skin on your arms.
Just because we
Um,
have to, there's no
sure.
diotic metal either, right?
As far as you can tell,
Okay,
there's
cool.
no diotic
Just
metal.
moving on. I just wanted to make sure.
Sure,
All the
yeah.
bases.
Yes. The
For
two
Rick.
passives are detecting magic and looking for diotic
Detecting diotic
Always.
metal.
Yes, always and forever until we leave.
For a level of wealth in this place, I rolled a. Wait, what did you want me to roll? Investigation.
Insight. Insight. Yes.
Ooh, that changes things.
Oh no.
17.
Okay. So, Morwen, you don't just look at this individual room and structure. You take a couple steps back and you examine the entire neighborhood. The neighborhood being, the support structures and then the elements of doorways going off to the side. And to your point, the doorways here more elaborate than the section that you had been in. Jalog's Folly, kind of like from the beginnings, anyways, kind of maybe lower middle class. This is firmly middle upper class. If you were to compare this to a neighborhood in Kol Charam, very similar to Safe Quarter, that towering like 3-story buildings that were kind of lined up. This is obviously one long tunnel. This is very much an underground structure, but much nicer buildings.
You went into this place, right?
Yeah, it's 15 feet deep.
All right.
That's the-
I'm just gonna do a quick toe check.
Uh.
Floorboards, waiting for a squeak, and if I don't get
Okay.
one,
Squeak in the
I'm good.
stone.
So without any roll, you
Oh,
poke all
right,
the
it's
stones
stone.
with your feet, and
I
none
do.
of the
I do
stones
check.
squeak.
Yep.
Yep.
Maybe there's one that shifts. Who knows?
I will say, as you are walking, you do notice that you are disturbing many kind of small mouse bones that shift in the mats of dried fur and soil and weird, less pleasant smelling things. And as you kind of step in a couple of steps, it's pretty gross.
I grew up on a ship. You think I'm bothered by this?
Okay.
Dead
fair
mice
enough.
and poop.
Sure. This is great. You
It's
love
home.
this. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's leave home.
Okay. So you turn around away from this dead body and all the poop and grossness, and
I contribute.
go-
No, I'm
I
just-
collect the Arcana tiles again.
okay.
I'm not leaving
You
them
sweep
behind.
up the Arcana tiles and put them back in your bag. That's a good call. You guys walk out this door and kind of progress around this space and further down this avenue. What is your marching order? Same thing. We have it was, I believe, Akka Heinrich. Where's Akka? Akka
Her out
Heinrich.
to Morwen Shay. Was that it?
Works for me. Let me know if you guys ever want to change it, though, and I will change it for you. So, you guys continue to progress. Akka, if you could make a perception check as you begin to walk away from this or continue down this hallway.
Dirty 20.
Okay. So you walk. Here and there, there are elements of this that do open up to you as walls have fallen kind of inwards in areas. You can see as you walk, especially with that perception check, there are elements of the ceiling in places that are kind of cracking and crumbling down. The structural integrity of this place kind of haphazard at best. And you also notice after about 10 minutes of walking, kind of going past these support structures that have brackets for torches, but no torches currently, it's getting colder. And that's very different than your experience so far. As you've gotten further away from the outside, the cold, blistering winds of the north, it's been getting a little bit warmer. That's shifting. And after another 20 minutes, you can see your breath. It's not quite freezing, but it's quite cold.
Knowing the nature of this place, we're probably heading towards the more ice elemental plane
Perhaps.
existence.
You walk another 20 minutes, and Heinrich, by the map that you have, you should be getting very close to where this avenue that will lead towards the Granite Overwatch is. But as you kind of come to this area in this gentle curve, you realize the cracks in the ceiling growing significantly worse. And as you round the bend further, you come to an area where the entirety of the avenue is closed off in front of you. Massive sections of stone sliding down. Damage on top of the structure kind of caving this in. However, getting a little closer, still keeping a good distance, you can see there are areas where if you wanted, you would not be able to walk. You would all have to crawl. but there are gaps in the stone. Kind of hard to tell how viable that is without more investigation. Aka,
Mhm.
you leading this group, you were the first person to see this. And as you get closer to within about 100 feet, your eyes pick up a small amount of light kind of coming off from the right. Kind of in one of the doorways, these kind of empty door frame.
Does it look like the flickering light of a flame or a more steady, consistent light of some sort of magic or otherwise?
So you kind of gesture for the group to stop, and everybody kind of comes to a halt. You look, kind of focusing your elven eyes in, and you see faint bits of flicker. It's like a low, small flame, a candle, maybe a lantern.
That is highly suspect that there's a
Yeah.
lit flame here. So I'm gonna be like, there's a pointing out the fire or the.
I detect magic.
Okay. You cast Detect Magic. You can see in Heinrich's eye this glyph glow to life. Oh, it looks like you're poking your eye. This glyph glows to life in the darkness. And casting Detect Magic, what are you looking at? No, you would have to get within 30 feet of this thing. So you want to close within that?
I'm gonna.
How far back are we right now?
We're
You're
100 feet.
about, I would say probably about 70. You guys got closer and then kind of stopped. So
Okay.
I think I would slowly try to like sneak up to the doorway, ready to attack if something is in there, to like see what is producing this fire and there's someone like in there.
so it's on the right hand side. Are you trying to walk along the wall to get to the door?
Yeah, and then like
Okay.
peek in stealthily.
Okay. So you watch as Akka begins to stealth. Make a stealth check, Akka. Heinrich, what'd you say?
Well, if it was that far away, then never mind, because I'm
Okay.
not stealthman.
So
I
hang
would
on to
like
that.
to try to stop Akka because he's in like heavy. He does a lot of clang, right?
Yeah, regularly, yeah.
Huh?
Decent enough non-clang.
Oh well, okay, fine.
We do have the person.
So Akka,
I
That
feel like
was
I
a
You only have a shadow, but that's fine.
yeah. You can't roll over the 28 or whatever the fuck.
was it a 22.
22,
What's
still
someone
pretty
else's?
good. Look at that.
See, I got sneakies.
You do. You got sneakies. Sneakies. Just do it. You walk forwards. You get to the wall, kind of letting these pillars pass between you and the flame. And as you walk, you do see it flicker and flicker. You crawl up along the walls, keeping the stone to your right shoulder, and you get right to the edge, and you feel pretty quiet. You feel pretty well hidden. You duck in and kind of turn really quick, just looking in, and it is a long hallway. Your dark vision with it, you can see the end of it. It's not longer than 60 feet, and you see a doorway. It's fairly dark, and kind of leaning in further, you can see there are four. So it's about 45 feet long, and you can see there are four lanterns of some kind. You've never seen this design. Two on either side of this hall. It's kind of just dull gray stone, it looks like, although maybe there are markings, but it's kind of too dark to see. And on the very end, there's a doorway. Fairly simple looking, although currently shut. This candle is on three stairs, really short stairs. Really, they don't function at all. You could just step into the doorway. They're like decorative stairs, really. You can see it's burned very low. So it seems as if it's been burning for a while. And that is what you see.
It's like normal size candle.
It probably was to begin with, yes. But now it is probably about an inch tall, just barely a nub.
And is that at the front of the hall or at the other end of the hall?
That is just outside the doorway. So as you go along, so there's probably about 5 feet between the wall, and then it goes in, and then there's the stairs to the doorway.
Okay.
So you can't see it from the hall, but as you get to the edge and you look in, you can kind of see it around the corner.
Okay. Gotcha.
Go ahead.
No, you go. I gotta think about like what to do with this door.
It's green, if that helps.
Green means go. Open it. So
It's open. You can see into the hall. That's how you see into the hall.
we already did it. We cracked the code.
Nice code, guys.
So Is this whole area that we've been through, is it all still very clean?
You look down. An interesting point around this kind of closed in, kind of crumbling section. It's fairly, I mean, there's crumbling rock and elements of sand. It does seem as if it's kind of all been brushed up against that part.
Mm-hmm.
The area in front of this hallway, very clean.
Clean.
Compared to the map, where does that hallway lead? Away from the goal or towards the goal?
So technically, it would lead away from the goal, but I would say as you've traveled, you've seen areas where if you were to like enter, most of these places have more than one exit or more than one entrance, so you could probably exit it somewhere else. It's on the exterior, so it's technically further away, but you are following the curve of the path.
I'm gonna message to Akka, be like, maybe keep it in mind if we need to backtrack.
I'm gonna message back. Can't keep backtracking. We're never gonna get there.
Well, it would be if there was a cave-in that blocked our progress completely.
Well, I think there's something down this hallway. Possibly hostile. Message.
Shouldn't we avoid it then? Or are you looking for trouble now? And then I'll
Well-
just message wink emoji.
All of a sudden, Karanza says, "So, we're just gonna stand around here? Are we gonna do anything?"
I have a
Oh,
question.
sorry.
I'm gonna message her. We're messaging.
I have a question.
Oh, it's kind of hard to tell. Yeah,
I'll do this more often, more obviously, when I'm doing it.
All right, I guess.
I don't know if this is a stupid question, but since this is supposedly an old abandoned place, do any of these buildings look recently built?
Like added?
Structured. That sounded weird.
Uh,
That's a dumb way of phrasing that.
Make a perception check.
Okay. Well, I'm just thinking like there's a collapsed thing and then there's a building. Could that have possibly been built that I don't know. I don't see you doing anything but messaging people secretly.
Telling him just
I think I'm gonna
What is it? An
carefully.
investigation?
Perception. So, are you looking kind of like around the whole place? Or are you getting close and like looking into a certain aspect? Because that's either perception or investigation.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think I'd start with overall and then
Okay,
I'd go.
so perception.
Okay.
How do you assume you
So
are?
that would be a 19.
A 19. You take a couple steps back and you really encompass and take in the whole room. You see this collapsed space, the dust, the dirt, and you look at this kind of more intact structure. It's really a doorway into a hall, and you can see the hallway going down. It looks old. It looks like it was built with the rest of the structure, but you get a little closer to the door. There are elements on the hinges. It looks like the hinges were probably destroyed at some point. It looks like the stone does not quite match, like it was repaired at some point since then. And you imagine there has been work done on this particular structure. It is the original structure, but it has been used. And as you get closer and look at it, you can see on the right side, as you get right up to the door, there is actually only about 4 inches long, a little iron switch. Kind of mounted into a iron plate that is similarly corroded on the wall.
I like switches.
I think I would carefully and cautiously try to get like a better look up the little. It's
I'm
like
just
3 little
I'm just kidding,
stairs
I'm
and
just
then the
kidding.
hall, right?
Okay, so you, Ali, if you're going to do that in the future, just be very mindful of the fact that
I'm
No,
about to go down a hallway.
Well, hold on. Well,
Sure.
now that I'm like, I guess now I'm near you. Am I
yeah,
near
you guys are both
You're, like,
standing
right
right
next
at the
to it.
front of the doorway.
Oh, sup. Okay. Switch.
And you
Is
see
it-
a switch.
Do you want to do it or shall I? Is there. What does this switch look like? Is it light switchy? Is it like.
So
I
light
need to
switches in
know.
Alberon don't exist. However, Ali would know that looks a little bit like a light switch. It's 4 inches long. It's longer than a light switch, but based on the positioning, and you can see these 4 lanterns, it certainly looks like a light switch.
And there's no circuitings or whatnot obvious connecting
Not
to
that you can see. No.
Oh. It's so mysterious.
I don't see this, so I can't
I think-
stop you.
Mm,
Only Akka can save the world.
Curiosity's killing me. Now I know where that phrase is coming from. Should I do
I'm gonna
it?
like
I might
turn
do it.
to Morwen, be like, and then I'm gonna start like making my way, and I'm gonna leave her to her fate.
Okay. I mean,
And
really,
yours.
you're kind of okay. So
But
Akka,
also
you begin.
to
Sure,
the
yeah.
fate of if you
So Akka,
flip
step by step, you walk down this long,
Very
45-foot dark
cautiously.
hallway. Cautiously, you walk. Take a couple steps in. Morwen, are you doing anything? Akka's about 10 feet in.
I'm looking at the switch to him, to the switch to him, and I'm going to be doing that for like at least 5 minutes, contemplating all the pros and cons that could happen by flipping the switch.
So you're letting Akka kind of do his thing. Akka, you progress down this hallway.
He's kind of letting me do mine. I'd argue.
So at any point, let me know if you want to flip the switch.
Hey,
My life is in your
Akka,
hands.
I just don't know if I've
15
learned my lesson
feet.
yet.
Or it's just like
Never
benign
mind.
20
lights.
feet. Akka, you reach about the halfway point. Your foot crunches something, crumbles beneath your feet. You look down, and in the darkness, you just see kind of a gray powder. It's difficult to tell. You have no color differentiation here.
Wait, so I stepped on something even though I was trying to be cautious?
Yeah, because of the gray scale here, and looking down, it was like a little piece of something, no larger than maybe like a tooth, but it crumbled as you stepped on it. In the darkness, you can't really tell much other than the fact that it's a powder.
Now it's a powder, but it probably wasn't when I stepped on it.
Based on the sound and the texture, no, probably not.
Well, knowing that it was probably something more significant than a pebble, I'm going to continue walking because I wouldn't know if it was more significant than a pebble or not at this point.
Okay. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and continue walking. 25 feet, 30 feet, 35. Morwen, are you doing anything?
Just use a die to determine random chance.
But what if I kill him?
Well,
Well,
it wasn't your
that's
fault.
pretty
It was a
healthy.
die.
You're a pretty durable guy.
If you want
Since
it
your
to
life is on the
happen-
line, odds or evens on if I flip this on yes or no.
You're removing as much of the responsibility as possible here.
Yeah, I know. This is great. We're really seeing the accounting coming in.
Huh?
We're really seeing the
Odds.
accounting
Odds I
coming in.
flip
Oh,
it?
it's okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Odds you flip it, evens you don't. Yes.
I do not flip it.
Oh, it was a 6 too, which for a second is like, is that a 9 or a 6?
Yeah, I know.
But
Akka, you.
I am going to tear myself away from this temptation and do like a quiet little scamper up to Akka, being like, oh, can't do it.
Okay.
Can't do it.
Your little feet carry you over, and you reach the end right as Akka does. The two of you now, and more when you kick up this powder, but you
I didn't
guys,
flip it.
you suddenly hear behind you, Akka. I mean, Morwen is quiet enough that you did not hear her approach, even without a stealth check. But Morwen is now right next to you, and the two of you are in front of this door. You don't really see much. It's dark, and with dark vision, you're just seeing gray. There might be patterns. You can see faint patterning along the borders. It seemed like at one point it was kind of sheer rock. It looks as if something's layered on top, but in the darkness, it's probably the same color, or maybe it's a different color. But in the dark, you can't really differentiate. You don't see any doorknob. There's no handle.
Let me know if you want me to go flip the switch. I didn't do it, but I might regret it for the rest of my life. So I just
So there's no handle, there's no sort of opening mechanism or anything.
So far, as you've walked down the hall, you felt the brief brush of cobwebs. You've seen these four kind of lanterns on the wall, and you stepped on something that crunched into powder. That's all you've really seen. You now get up to this doorway. It is a metal door. Seems to be fairly solid.
Now I'm thinking that we should flip the switch, but only if we're trying to go through this door.
I'll flip the switch.
All right, well, let's get out of the hallway in case anything comes through.
Yes. All right, I'm running back to the switch.
You guys can all hear because Morwen's
ready.
excited.
I
Suddenly Morwen
stopped
appears.
and see that she fucking booked it and was like, "Oh shit!" And flip this switch while I'm still here.
Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly you hear Akka quickly pursuing.
Kind of like, wait.
Okay, so it's a Guntir shuffle, but he does catch up, and with all of you now kind of gathered around, Morwen, do
It's
you
like,
flip the switch?
Oh hell yeah! I flipped that switch.
I'm
You-
ready for whatever. I'm like prepared both mentally and physically for whatever might come through this door.
I'm thinking
At the end of the
nothing
hall.
about nothing but that switch.
Okay. You take your paw, place it underneath the corroded iron, and shift it up. And as it does, these little lanterns slowly burn into life. The light is low. It's almost as if, and you can see it's, and every now and then this kind of dim flame kind of flickers. I would say the only person who would have seen something like this, Shay. There is a few buildings, or there was a few buildings in Squall's End that utilize natural gas piped in, and that would have a similar kind of effect. This gas flowing through lanterns. These are gas lanterns, and perhaps the fuel source low or obstructed because it is flickering and very low. But as this really low flickering light fills the space, suddenly, this is a very colorful hallway. You see all along the sides of what was once gray, dim stone, chalk drawings in hues of yellow, red, blue, green, pastel pink, all manner of chalk drawings on the walls, the floors. Akka, you can see you stepped on a little piece of chalk and crushed it into the ground, pastel pink. There are a few other little nubs that have been left behind. They run the gamut of shapes, scenes, imagery, but they seem childlike in nature.
That creeps me out.
Like,
Remember
yeah,
I
what
would
like
the
say-
dwarven carving
childlike
said?
or like.
I would say because you had all mentioned this previously,
Yeah, and I'd read it on the wall.
roughly 24 eyes, different colors of chalk, different rough designs, but all kind of rough eye shapes coat the room.
Mm,
Remember
This
what
is
Volgriff,
disconcerting.
remember what Volgriff said?
I don't. What do you say?
Something about beware the child or something like that. What was it exactly again? It was
The scion.
You would remember that specifically the writing had said, "Nothing is what it seems. The child is not what it seems."
there you go.
Hmm.
And then there
Okay.
was screaming, and it was going on for months. So maybe that locked door is a good thing, and maybe we should just. I'm just gonna do one of these, like push myself out of the room against the air.
So are we gonna try to go through the cave in?
You said there was space for us to go through, right?
So you can definitely go over and investigate it. It's hard to tell. You would imagine, based on the way the stone is falled, there are definitely like cracks that you can kind of begin to crawl into. You would need to kind of progress through to really investigate what that's like.
Well, sure.
Well,
Um,
Carranza.
And then Carranza. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I
but
was
we don't
gonna-
want to risk a cave in of more. This whole place is pretty rickety.
And even as Akka says that, every now and then you do get these little stones falling onto the ground.
I'll still go check it out.
Sure. So Heinrich, you go over, make an investigation check.
I'll check it out with you because I like spaces.
I think I'm gonna, given my history, I'm gonna start inspecting the quality and content of these chalk drawings for
Okay.
anything.
Make
No.
an
See if
make an
they're real
investigation check.
Picassos.
Yeah.
Mine wasn't very good. It was
Okay.
It was a 9.
Oh well, I mean, I'm checking it out too.
Oh,
So roll at advantage as Morwen
Oh,
is
go for it.
helping.
Sure. Oop. Much better.
My investigation was a 16.
20.
Okay, we'll get back to that, Akka.
Dirty 20.
Heinrich, you kind of bend down. This is narrow. You'll need to do a little work to clear parts of it for you, especially because it is really narrow. You imagine Shay and Morwen could probably get through without too much trouble. Carranza is going to struggle. Akka and you in armor, really difficult. It's possible. You look in, and as you kind of peer through, your dark vision penetrates areas, and with the little limited bits of light that do come through around your shoulders, you can see elements that go deeper. Possible. But there is a mountain on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Child door it is.
As Morwen turns and says this, you kind of turn and look at the door, and you see the little candle just burning down. Just goes out, little wisp of smoke on top, having burned down to the very end.
I wonder if that's a timer for something, and that's not good. I'm anxious. Detecting magic back up too.
Sure. Detect magic goes back up. This kind of scans the area around you. You do not detect magic.
Okay.
But I would say, looking at that candle and thinking about that, you look, and there is a spot next to that candle where there is evidence of more melted wax. This is not the first candle that has been set here. Thinking about that, make an intelligence check. You begin to kind of try to think about how long you've been here. Been here for about 20 minutes talking about this light switch, and you can maybe tell how long these have been burning.
7.
A whole long ass time, probably. I don't know. You have one candle in your inventory, and it's a crazy candle, so your your frame of reference kind of messed up. That one lets us see.
I've only ever seen 2 candles in my entire life.
Yeah, one was kind of, one never goes out, and one lets you see ghosts. So
yeah.
Well, I tattooed one on you.
That's true.
Also true. 3 candles in your life.
You're welcome.
So, you know this about the space in front of you. There are gaps you could potentially get through. And then there is this sort of flickering, or now dead flame outside of a dimly lit hallway of drawings. Akka, you investigating these drawings.
Oh, okay.
With an investigation of 16. You see a few things. You can see, as soon as you get in on the right side, in blue chalk, it's like a very cartoonish mermaid. And it looks as if its face is like pressed up against glass. There's no glass, but like the face is kind of smushed. There are no eyes on this mermaid. You see kind of off on the left, over what looks like a little field of grass and some little animals. Although with a 16 on closer inspection, the animals all have these little X's over their eyes. Just the word Edward. The E is backwards. You can see just beyond that a patch of lines, just hectic, chaotic lines. There are shapes within it, but you can't really suss them out with a 16. But you do see clusters of dark navy blue dots around them. You see off to the side, you see these eyeballs all over the place. And you see many people depicted like a kid might draw, like regular activities, hunting, little families gathering together. But looking at those animals and getting closer, each of these things is just a little bit off. You can see in this hunting thing, it's like maybe a father and son or a father and daughter hunting. And as you look at the animal they're chasing, it's like a human on all fours. There is just weirdness to each drawing as you get closer and closer. And then you get to the door, and you did not see it written across it in what languages do you speak, Akka?
I speak Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, Elvish, and Infernal.
Okay, so written in a language that you do not understand. However, this language, though written in childlike kind of, the chalk that has like the little markings where it's not quite like a solid line, they're ugly marks. This writing, something dark, and it's something unpleasant about reading it.
Are they similar to some of the marks that we'd seen previously, like in the room that had the eye on the ceiling and stuff?
No.
I guess
I would have come into the room to announce my
I was gonna
plan.
So Heinrich, you come into the doorway and you see dim light. You see Akka kind of in the end of the hallway. You see all these creepy drawings on either side of him. And as Akka kind of turns to look, his body no longer obscuring the door, you see reforming across Peekaboo.
Ew. Joe,
No.
what the hell is this nightmare
I'm just
fuel?
I'm gonna like
Oh,
as I was
just
basically
wait, Alec.
What the hell?
I like stepped over the candle very cautiously while looking at it. I turn over to look at Akka. I see that. I'm like, yeah, I think let's.
What's
and
it
I'm-
say? Come on in.
No, it says just. I'm not saying it out loud. Let's just get out. And just like as quietly as I can, just trying to usher everyone out and message to Akka, be like, I think that candle is counting something. I think we should hide and wait and disguise
Shay,
ourselves.
what are you doing while all this is happening? You're muted.
I'm keeping an eye out.
Make a perception check.
If you need any more eyes out, I've got a jar.
23.
23. You watch all of this unfold. You see Akka kind of go up and inspect this. The lights go on, these drawings. You can see Morwen and Heinrich go over and bend down and kind of investigate this cavern or these little tunnels. You're aware of a lot of stuff happening. This is a long abandoned place, but it is not quiet. The stone overhead, this oppressive, heavy mountain that is overtop you, between you and the sky above. It falls bit by bit, pebble by pebble, and it's hard not to feel as if you're being buried alive. You hear the sound of stone settling into stone. You hear the of all those torches light. And I would say, as you're going, you see this candle burn down. There's discussion happening, but you pause. It's almost muted because you swear that in the back of your ears, you heard just the faintest, weird
Whoa.
little voice.
Coming from what direction?
I swear, if it's a kid laughing, I quit.
With the 23, you listen in, you kind of...
Ring around the world.
you hear Morwen just start singing to herself, and then kind of looking in, it seems to be maybe having come from that hallway. But it was so quiet.
Cool.
And then you just hear maybe footsteps away from that door.
Oh, moving away from the door, or?
Yeah, away from the door, like further in. You would have seen this and heard this happen just a little bit after that candle went up.
Cool. So Heinrich would pass back by me to go back into the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
I would have caught him on the shoulder and been like, there's something on the other side of that door. We need to move. We need to get out of here.
And since you stopped Heinrich and I'm right behind him, just like boom, right into his armor.
Although scales kind of clatter.
Okay, yeah, my thoughts exactly.
I'm scared.
So, this feels like a good time. Just as a reminder, I cannot be surprised.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, actually,
I know.
and blind sense within 10 feet of me.
Yeah. So you guys are like actually not terribly equipped for either of these paths. Surprised, mechanically speaking, is combat, not like a trap or something.
Right.
Just as a heads up.
Yeah.
Or like a sudden
But
collapse
still,
of a
if
mountain.
anything invisible gets
Right.
within 10 feet of me, peekaboo
Yeah.
at you.
Oh, yeah. And to that point, also, Morwen, anything undead that comes nearby, as long as you have loose out,
Right.
that will also glow.
Okay, so yeah, let's backtrack a little bit. Maybe check another door, also just to hide in and see if anything comes through this hallway, because that candle.
Carranza kind of looks and just goes, no, I actually kind of like Heinrich's idea. Just kind of, because if something was here before, you said there was two? I'm gonna put two candles?
Something
yeah,
had
right.
to have been here to light the candle in the first place.
Exactly.
Right,
Let's
no,
just
that's
see
what I'm
who's living
thinking.
Here. Let's maybe hide behind the door, make a little peephole, and just kind of like all sit quietly for a little while.
Yeah, no,
Maybe
let's set up
I'm
camp on
stuck.
the opposite door. Let's just go through there, and then let's go.
Perfect.
And
Read my
Carranza kind of
mind.
begins to walk, and
I'm gonna
you all
message her.
move on.
You read my mind.
Kron just goes, that's kind of like invasive.
It's a joke. I'm sorry. I can't hear you back unless you want me to.
Yeah, but still, it just kind of happens, and you can see Kron's lips moving a little bit as she's like saying, "Still not 100% comfortable with this."
Yeah.
Similar
Okay,
to
fine.
Morwen.
Sorry.
You get to this doorway across, sort of the opposite one, and you can see faded kind of stone. It was painted at one point. You can see maybe like a tan kind of color, but long since just flakes. Heinrich, you seem to be leading this, so you kind of push the door, and it is locked.
I'll just turn over Mara and be like,
I attempt.
Okay, yeah, make a lockpicking check. You get down close and begin to work on this.
That is a 25.
25. Almost instantly, you kind of get a ting, just opens.
so ridiculous.
Not a hard lock. This is like run-of-the-mill standard. The door swings open.
Wonderful.
Fairly quiet, stone. Within, you can see kind of a narrow hallway, but fairly short, and it opens up into what looks like an old den. There are kind of cobwebs, and even as you open the door, some of the cobwebs kind of separate and drift lazily in the air. This place has not been disturbed for a long time. You look
Perfect.
down, you can see a heavy coating of dust. There are no footprints, no vermin, no insects, save maybe these cobwebs, but looking at them, they're the kind of like wispy, dirty old ones that haven't been made recently. They've just been hanging here for a while. But yeah, it seems to be pretty abandoned.
Okay, everyone in.
Oh shit! Did we leave the switch on?
You did.
Well,
You can go
Okay.
close. It's right over there.
no, I'm scared.
Just go. Okay, fine. I'll mage hand over and just.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can just mage hand.
Yeah, don't
shut it
make
off.
me
Is
go.
what's the range on Mage Hand?
I think it's like 60 feet.
I would
60
go.
feet? Oh yeah, no
30
problem.
feet. 30 feet.
30
Yeah.
feet. So you have to walk like 15 feet out and then kind of and then stretch over.
Out 30 feet and fucking
We
mine.
both do it at the same time, apparently. We both just
Okay.
in unison walk over. Just in case it's more than 10 pounds, that's combined 20
Sure.
pounds.
Yeah, why not? These two spectral hands, one almost invisible,
Invisible.
one teal. Kind of, it's like Ghost, like with the pottery. One hand goes on the switch, and the other one gently layers across it, and slowly they.
Do
push
I
the
feel that
switch
like
down.
telekinetically?
You
Somehow?
feel a telekinetic spark? Yeah.
I just like look over it. I look over at Ak. I'm like, dude. So I didn't see him doing it too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's from
It's
my
like we both went for the chips at the same time.
Yeah.
telekinesis.
Smooth music. I have jazz lined up too. Yeah, literally what I was thinking. Careless Whispers all day. Bam. So you do this. You kind of draw within now. You shut the door behind you. There is no peephole. So what are you doing to kind of form this?
Is there a crack under the door?
I was gonna ask just.
Small, but yeah.
That's what I'll
Is it
do.
rude to ask Karanza to waste a spell slot to like, make a slit?
Well, I mean, something that small. Actually, I got something for that. I can do that.
Okay,
No
yeah,
problem.
just like something for eyes, and then like one of our more keen party members here could just sort of.
She takes some time and takes out a little. It's like a little pencil and makes some marks, and you can see at every mark that she makes, a little bit of the stone down to sand, and slowly kind of makes this kind of rough looking. Yeah, just kind of run of the mill looking peephole. You would imagine anybody with really good vision up close would be able to see you guys through it, but from far away, no problem. Who's watching? It is a narrow space.
I guess I could free minor illusion, fill it.
Oh, okay.
Like
I like
from
that.
one
Yeah,
side,
yeah.
so that whoever's looking through is like within the illusion. It's like a blind, basically.
I totally
like a box
see. Yeah,
of
I got
stone.
you.
Yeah.
So-
I'm gonna just keep I'm gonna be looking through the slit.
Okay, so
On the
Morwen.
ground.
Okay,
So, I'm
so
getting
Morwen
dust with-
flattens down against the ground. The dust kind of going up
Okay.
and settling into her fur.
Who else would like to look through this hole?
It's a small hole, so one
I thought
person
it
is looking
was-
through it.
Oh, okay. I thought
It's about this
but
big.
You
Like
weren't using that one.
she's
I'm
not.
not.
Okay.
She's
Yeah.
looking underneath the door, so somebody
Right.
else can look through this small hole.
Right.
Who
I
would
mean,
like to do
if
that?
asked, I will, but she's not going to
I'm-
volunteer.
I'm looking over
Yeah.
to Shay, like, Shay, would you mind keeping look? We'll make make sure the rest of the room in here is safe while you guys do that.
Oh yeah, tough job.
So yes, I will.
Thanks.
Shay, do you you have the mask on?
Yes.
Okay. So you watch and you wait. 5 minutes goes by. 10 minutes goes by.
Since it's like a small area and I'm
Yeah.
on the ground looking through, I'm picturing Shay having to like straddle over my like sploot.
Yeah.
to where
And every now and then,
She's
Morwen's
sitting on
tail
the-
just like hits you, Shay. But looking through, 10 minutes goes by, 15 minutes goes by. It's fairly uneventful so far. How long are you guys going to wait?
Well, I think during this time I would at least take the opportunity to look at the room that we're in.
Sure. It's so right now you're in a hallway, but 10 feet away it opens up into a round, not round, it's 5 feet angles and then like a 10-foot long wall on either side, and then a longer wall along the edge. You can see it looks like a stone seating of some kind. There's a door beyond that. This is like a little den area. There's a few seats. You can see a large wooden table that is kind of sagging in at the middle, like it's almost molded and then kind of worn in. There is a bookcase, although no books. You can see what looks like a clay pot. It's kind of it.
No immediate threats or danger.
Make a perception check.
Also, potential loot for fun. 12.
12.
fun.
You take a look around. You see this little stone pot. You don't see any danger. You can see these old cobwebs, and I will say, even with the 12, there is something odd about these webs. At some point, these are like thick strands, very old, but just peculiar. You haven't seen something like this. Maybe like silkworms or something instead.
Mhm.
But not a whole lot. This hasn't been disturbed in a long time, but at some point in the millennia since, it's probably had stuff removed from it.
Okay. Well, so there's a door. I'm gonna just kind of keep my eye trained on that door,
Okay.
or at least I'll face that way, and just every once in a while, check back and message Shay, be like, anything yet?
Nothing.
Shay, by the fourth time that Heinrich has said anything yet, about 20 minutes into this watch, you are aware at this long range even. So actually, interesting point. You have a range of 60 feet. It's 30 feet across, it's 45 feet across this hallway, and then 45 feet to the end of the hall. So your vision gets you like 15 feet into the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
The lights are off, and so it's dark beyond. But about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and suddenly, to your keen eye, there is movement in this hallway. A figure that takes up most of the hall. But you don't hear anything. It's only 45 feet away, maybe 50 feet at this point, but you hear nothing. This large creature steps through. And interestingly, Heinrich, this is a bear.
But I don't know it.
Large, overstuffed, like a huge teddy bear that you might win at a carnival. The face just totally normal. You can see a little bit threadbare now, but they were at one point black patches. You can see elements of straw kind of sticking out through some of the seams that have popped. The elements seem to be almost like a canvas material, and it moves quietly, slowly, and ponderously. And it gets out to the door. You can see the head, unblinking, just this frozen, simple, sewn smile. Just turns towards the caved-in thing. You can see the head tilt. And then turns back. And there's a moment where these sewn-on eyes pass over your door. And just continue to move. Roll the natural one. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's got buttons for eyes. How good could they be?
As soon as I saw it, like I'd put my finger up to my head for Heinrich,
Okay.
and we
What
would
is it?
like relaying all of this.
What's-
Okay.
Okay, it's like step by step, just
Yeah.
like it's a bear. It's looking. It missed us.
I was thinking about it more as like an ESPN. Yeah, so this bear is coming down the
Yeah,
hallway.
there you go.
And,
Oh, it takes a look to
Looks
his
to be a
left.
large
Location, it's
tundra.
still there.
Yeah, last year this bear in 1469, the season really. So you see this bear.
The
Its
bears.
eyes cast over top. They pass the door and keep going. And you see this face tilt again and settle on the candle, the melted candle. This bear reaches down and you can see the hand, the arm, it's just like a flat kind of nub, but it curls around this kind of candle thing and scrapes it into one big, almost like a curl. Uh, its hand disappears behind it and it reemerges with a new candle. It very gently sets it down. You can see it stands back up and it begins to walk away. It's back now to you in the doorway. And it turns. You see the face one more time, and the candle flares to life. The bear turns silently, disappears into the darkness of the hall.
So, out of curiosity,
Sure.
did I see any of that? Because my eyesight's worse, or
No.
my perception's worse.
It's not so much the perception; it's
The distance.
make a perception check. It's a tough distance
I
for
want
you.
to see that.
Yeah, but unfortunately, you're looking.
Oh.
You're frightened.
Oh.
Classic Morwen.
It's a 17.
17. You saw the feet of this thing, these canvas things moving with these stitches up them. And as it walked, you would see little elements of straw kind of stick out and tuck back in. And then you just saw the face just as the candle gets put down
Gross.
and then gets picked back up. And it's this teddy bear. Its head's larger than yours. It is probably about 6.5 feet tall.
Actually, I bet it's pretty cute.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm warming up to this place.
Sure.
Well, that's wrong. What do we do? What is that? What did a giant stuffed bear?
What?
Sorry.
Wait,
Haka completely has not been caught up on this.
This is the first word uttered in this room. Yeah, Shay, a giant stuffed bear?
That's what it was.
The kid's guardian or something that the kid made to keep himself company, maybe? Was it real? I didn't hear anything, although, me and
have I
perception.
ever encountered anything like a sentient stuffed bear?
No, you don't even need to roll for that. That would stick in your mind. You imagine, had you seen a 6.5 foot tall stuffed animal walking around under its own power, that would stick with you, and it doesn't bring anything to mind.
I didn't think so, but
Yeah,
Just to make note, did it have gold eyes?
Oh, it had the
they are
button.
just black patches. They're not buttons. They're probably about the size of like a wallet on each one. Just round, very simple. It's not like an evil expression. It just looks like a teddy bear.
How creepy would it have been if it had real eyeballs?
Yeah, for
Oh
real.
my god.
There are enough
Oof.
eyeballs in this place.
Carranza at this point is going to say, look, I'm not going to deny this is pretty fucking creepy, but it's a teddy bear, right? And Heinrich, you can burn things. I mean, realistically, how much trouble is that going to be?
Yeah,
I can
if it's
move
actually-
parts of this cave in, but like, kind of like what Aka said, structural integrity. I'm not an architect.
Right.
Thinking of this teddy bear, I feel like the only thing that would like maybe click with me would be like my homunculi and the various forms of that. Like,
Maybe, yeah, sure. I mean, it very well could be an animated form, although, I mean,
It was silent,
it was silent.
right.
which to me speaks illusion of some kind.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's friendly, or maybe it's really stupid.
Maybe it
It's
doesn't
stuffed
have
with
any
hay.
control
It doesn't
on its
have
own.
a brain.
So, fire gas, giant sentient teddy bear.
See, honestly, that seems like a pretty easy decision for me, but like,
I will have to agree. It's just what's behind that teddy bear. Why, like, what brought it here? That's
Well, let's go find out. Maybe they have other toys. Play date.
yeah, Morwen, you're always making things more creepy than they were before. So, like, let's just.
Hang around.
Oh.
Oh god.
See Karan's, you even in the dark, you see the goosebumps rise up.
Yeah.
Before we leave this room and go deal with whatever horrible thing we're gonna deal with, I think I'd want to at least go and check the back door of
Okay.
this place.
Yeah. So you go over, and it's not a back door, as it turns out. So,
But the door go through already.
yeah. There's several. I mean, so as you kind of get into this, there are maybe like 7 or 8 rooms in total as part of this network. It is largely an empty house. You can see what at one point was probably 3 bedrooms, a master bedroom, and then 2 smaller ones off to the right of it. On the left-hand side, there is a bathroom, for what it is worth.
Mhm.
Oh, a
Then
bathroom?
kind
Oh,
of,
thank God. We all gotta go before we mess
Yeah,
up
I
our
was
steady
saying, I'm
there.
gonna use the bathroom while I have this chance.
All right, everyone
Okay.
get in line. Assume the
So-
order.
one by
Marching
one.
order.
Marching order. Oh, Shay's last. That's gonna be rough.
I'm.
The one who has like the highest perception too, just be like, oh.
You can't say initiative with that shit. So, if you wish, yeah, exactly. If you wish, you can do your business. It's actually a fairly nice bathroom, all things considered. It's like a
No
stone
running
toilet.
water anymore, I take
Well,
it.
There
I mean,
is
if
no
we're
running
rolling
water, no.
initiative,
That's
is this
horrible.
a surprise round or? I'm just kidding.
What?
I don't know.
Well, you know,
Anyway.
I hope it's not a
I scared the
surprise.
bathroom away.
Oh,
Those of
yeah.
you who wish canonically can poop, and then what would
I
you
do
like to
will.
do? Okay, Morwen poops.
But what
well,
else
how
is
are we
new?
gonna even open the door if
Just
we're
look
trying?
over at Karan's. It's like,
No, yeah, I can always, I'm really good at changing rock into not rock, and the walls rocks. So
yeah, and that's how we
Something
got
of
into
that.
this whole hallway in the first place. If we want to do that, that would be. It's just, is it keeping something in? But it doesn't seem like it. If there was something out there drawing all that shit.
yeah,
Also,
no,
it
Shay
said-
said that it just walked out. So I mean, I feel like I could probably just kind of walk around where it wants,
Yeah.
if
That
it
thing-
wants. That's a good
I
point.
think yes, but again, I think I'm gonna push the fact that is not the only thing there. That is serving something else. It seems.
Yeah, well, I feel like also whatever is here probably already knows that we're here, and so
Well, the door did say peekaboo, and there's eyes everywhere. So yeah, maybe we should just kind of go meet it head on and be like, "Hello, we mean no
Although,
harm."
in all fairness, the bear didn't know where we are.
well, or it just didn't care.
I feel like a bear would care if there was like, like little.
Oh, you're so close to a joke.
I know.
What, a Care Bear?
Anyways,
you did it.
not a sponsor. You,
Why
what do
not?
you guys want to do? You,
True. After this session.
All right, let's keep
it's up to
going.
them. So, are you guys going to begin to make your way down this hallway?
I think maybe shifting our mentality about it. We're trespassing, so maybe we shouldn't think of it as an enemy as much as maybe we could not piss it off.
Maybe just let the bear find us and see what happens.
No.
Kranz is also going to be like, yeah, no, I'm kind of with Heinrich on that. I'm willing to fight with it if we need to, but also, like,
right, if we need to. We kind of, let's shift tactics, not guns blazing necessarily. Maybe it's trapped
Who
and
got
lonely.
guns blazing? My guns have not been blazing this whole time.
yeah, for
I
what it's
mean,
worth,
we
you
did
guys
watch
don't
you
seem
I'm
to
not accusing-
find.
I'm not accusing anyone of guns blazing. I'm saying let's not go in expecting. I mean, be prepared, obviously, for a fight, but don't go in. If we see something, shoot it first. You know what I mean?
I mean, in like the 3 days that I've known you guys, we fought a giant that was dead and a dragon. So
Those things, yeah. But like
Yeah.
this, I don't know.
I think we can take whatever it is. It's not going to be that big
Sure.
of a deal.
I
You know?
clearly drove that other dwarf insane, so like steal your mind or something.
Oh.
Right.
Maybe it's gonna pluck your eyes out.
Not
Right, and also
saying
just
anything,
fight like this.
but Akka is very unsettled by all of
Well,
this.
yeah, of course.
Nah, I'm into it.
We're
Let's-
like
let's
how
go
far
find the teddy
underground,
bear.
and there's a nursery.
So,
like, this isn't exciting.
Akka and Heinrich, are you switching positions? So Heinrich, you're leading this now?
I don't wanna. I'm not good at
I guess
spotting
I
things.
still would.
I'm not good
Okay,
at
so
spotting
Akka's
things.
going to lead.
I'll go like
Currently,
as close
the
to
marching
side
order
by side
is-
with him, so I can detect magic sweep if it.
Okay, it's 10 feet wide, so you guys can go 2 at a time.
Hands on the shoulders, just like right
Just like
behind, but like
Scooby Shaggy, yeah.
yeah, like so
So
it can be your human shield or your elven shield. If
Talon thinks you're right, Allie.
maybe if
So you all kind of walk with Heinrich and Akka leading the way. These two heavily armored figures.
I'm gonna put my hand up behind Aka's shoulder, coming out, and cast a minor illusion to make it look all like that thing from Death Stranding.
That's lost on me. I
don't
don't
know.
have the time.
All
I run this campaign. I can't play video games too. But you get closer. You walk down the hall. Akka and Heinrich leading, then Carranza, then Morwen, and finally Shay. You get up to this doorway. Again, metal door. There is no immediately obvious opening. Carranza looks over at you, Heinrich, from behind, says, "So, do you want me to like change the door into sand? Do you want me to change like the stone next to it? I can kind of maybe get like a little column, and we can just kind of. I mean, actually, most of us will be okay. No offense, but Heinrich, Akka, you might need to suck the gut in a little bit to get through."
She called you fat.
No, just they're a little thicker than normal,
Yeah, that's what I said.
Sure.
Gotta lay off those berries you eat.
Yes, the bare minimum utilitarian
Yeah.
version of food.
Only one ration a day from now on, Heinrich.
Sometimes it's less.
I
All
know,
right.
we hardly eat. Sad.
Well,
You guys eat like a pretty. In terms of
do.
most campaigns that I've run, you guys like go out to like you guys go out and like explore menus.
look at the world we're living in, Joe.
Yeah. Yes. No. Exactly. This is a
I
fantasy
haven't been
game.
out to a
high fantasy.
high fantasy,
So.
a restaurant.
Carranza says, "So is everybody ready?"
As
Yes.
ready as I'll ever.
Alrighty. One thing I will note, I still am able to utilize teleportation. So if we do want to leave, it takes me like 10 minutes to set up, but we could do it.
Good to know.
If we ever find ourselves trapped, let's try to be trapped together.
Exactly. Anyways, and she goes over, touches the transmuter stone, kind of shifts into this dull brown gray, and as her hand reaches out and touches the wall next to the door, the kind of corner section, that whole column begins to crumble into sand. It's falling, and there is a gap. There's an entryway that is maybe 3 feet wide. You can certainly all enter. Through it, you can see, and right as the door opens, far away, Shay, you do hear the sound of like a cat, or maybe like a baby. It's hard to tell. You can see, you can see now into this. There is this like 25 by 30 room, almost a square. There are several entrances and exits that lead to a hallway that kind of runs on the periphery of it. So like you can see in, and then there's a hallway that goes around it, and there are several entrances from that hallway into this room. This seems to be, again, like an entryway that serves as like a den, entertainment area, something like that. You can see straight ahead, sort of this, maybe like I would say, Heinrich, for you who is an expert in such things, maybe a bathroom. But within this space, as this sand falls, there are sheets and all kinds of strange things kind of flapping. And then you realize they're not sheets. These are spider webs too. Not so much like the ones that you saw. These are not coated in dust. You see glimmers of fairly fresh strands in the darkness as you shift things around. The dust on, and you can see lines where they settle into bits of this spider's web. I would say from this perspective, you can see off to your right, there's like a pool table, perhaps. Over to your, like straight ahead, there's maybe like a stone seat of some kind. Morwen, directly ahead, right within the interior of the room, there is another light switch. You can see one lantern ahead, and then in the darkness beyond, hard to tell. What would you all like to do? You see no sign of a bear.
I'm gonna note on the map where we took a turn.
Okay,
I'm
make a
trying to
little mark.
triangulate basically which way is towards the center.
Okay.
Just in case. Just in case. Hello.
Switch.
Oh.
You speak into this dark room and it just.
No,
oh,
no.
you're sorry. You're mentally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
You're okay with it?
No. But okay. You said you were gonna do it.
So, Morwen, are you going in?
I'll tiptoe in.
Okay. Make a stealth check if you're trying to be sneaky.
Always. I don't know how to do that math right now because it's been a long day. 31.
31.
It's a big number.
You walk
Huge.
quietly as you slide through the space that Carranza has crafted. You feel webbing kind of getting into your fur. There is like I mean, you're shifting through parts of it, but there are strands that kind of hang through. It almost gives you like a little bit of resistance, but you pull through it. As you enter into the room, you can see ahead of you a large bundle of this webbing, almost like a large kind of kidney or bean shape on the ground, but maybe like 5 feet long, kind of large. Beyond that, you can see a large web that kind of obscures the hallway, but beyond it, you can see like more of these big web clumps. You see a few more of these webs and kind of clumps off in various corners of the room. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna message to Morwen, just be like, keep an eye on your sword.
You kind of pull out just a little bit. There is no glow from the blade, nothing undead.
How does messaging work? Are you still messaging with me? Can I respond?
Yeah, you can respond to that last one.
There's big bean-sized clumps of webbing.
Big beans? Beans? Cut one open.
Before I flip the switch?
Yeah.
Ugh. Okay. I check out one of the beans.
Okay. As you walk by the switch on your left, your hand just pulling away, and you continue on. From the switch, it's only about 15 feet forwards. You have the couch. It's like a couch shape, but it's stone on your right. You see little cracks in it. It's old. You kind of put your hand on it and get close to this bean shaped webbing, kind of securing it all around to the floor. What are you doing with it?
I'm gonna check it out. Maybe give it like a poke
Okay.
with the sword, not my finger.
Okay, so you get close. Are you using loose or butts?
No, I'll use loose.
Okay, you take out this magical rapier. It just kind of sticks in and pulls out some webbing. What is your passive perception?
17.
In the darkness, it's hard to see, but you do see a flurry of movement. Not from this kind of bean shape. A few spiders crawl from this little hole. And they kind of disappear over the side of the shape.
Yeah, I'm not gonna open that. Just gonna step on back to the switch.
Okay.
I'm gonna look
take a
behind
step
me, make
back.
eye contact, and be like,
Aka, you were standing up next to Heinrich, and so you saw all of this happening. What is your passive perception, Aka?
It is
17?
also 17, yeah.
Okay. So, Shay, from your positioning, you're not quite able to see this, although with your passive you would be. Aka, for a moment, as this kind of happens in this dark space, you can see the little flitter of movement next to Morwen. You don't see Morwen, interestingly enough. You just see this kind of white, pale, web cocoon-like thing divot slightly as Morwen pokes it. And as these things crawl away, you do see just glimmers of these little navy orbs on these spiders as they crawl away.
Navy orbs.
And you think about all these lines kind of over each other and the vague shapes. And you're realizing those navy clusters of things kind of almost resemble eyes in and of themselves. And you begin to look up, and in the darkness, you see these small orbs, maybe it's the size of your fist. You see 8 of them up directly above Morwen on the ceiling. You see another 8 and another. And you can see as Morwen turns and kind of goes like this, looking at Heinrich, from the darkness above, this long, furry, arachnid leg begins to walk down. And because it is 10 o'clock, this is where we're going to take our break. But when we come back, we are rolling for initiative.
I was about to eat something in the face.
So we'll get back to that. But thank you guys very much for hanging out with us for this kind of creepy episode so far.
Yeah, it's on house shit.
Yeah, I know. It's like the Gray Lady is spooky. Who would have guessed with a name like that?
Yeah.
But we are going to step away for about 10 minutes, just kind of handle some things. Now's a great time to grab a drink. Check out alberonrpg.com. So, it's a great time for that. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes. We'll see you then.
time.
Howdy, folks. Welcome back to Adventures in Alberon. Thank you very much for hanging out with us through the break. Allie just posted up an encounter map to really catch you up on where we are. There are some large spiders crawling down the stone walls of the space. So, let us go ahead and just dive right into some fun times. Let's go with some quick... Okay. Not that one, sorry. 2 seconds.
Spooky.
Yeah,
That's one of my
spooky isn't really what I'm going for here.
Worst initiative rolls, I think, ever.
Ooh, I got a good one.
Okay, here we go. All right, so anybody natural 20? All right, 25 to 20.
23.
Okay.
20.
3 and 20. 20 to 15.
18.
18 for Shay. Morwen, what do you have?
Well,
12. Wow. Okay. And then actually, at the very end is Carranza with the natural 1 for -2.
Damn.
Yeah, she's going extra last. So the way that this is going to work, it is going to be possibly very fortunately for you guys, Akka, the spiders, Heinrich, Shay, Morwen, Carranza. So, Akka, you start us off in the doorway. You see probably about 15 feet away from you, Morwen, poking her temple, looking at Heinrich, and you see this large, hairy leg touch this wall as this large spider crawls down. What are you doing?
It's like heading towards Morwen, looking like it's just found some.
It is crawling down the wall towards Morwen, yeah.
And you said it's how far away? Within like
15 feet.
Okay. I'm going to utilizing my spell holding sword. I'm going to cast shatter on it, or I guess.
Okay.
So it's each creature in a 10-foot radius sphere centered on that point must make a con saving throw.
Mhm.
And I'm going to have that point centered so that, like, Morwen is just outside of the sphere, and then the spider and whatever else of the presumably many spiders gets.
So to do that, the spider is crawling down the wall.
Mhm.
To get the spider and not Morwen, you'll need to place half of the spear within the wall itself,
Okay.
and then the other half would be on top. I do not necessarily think that you can do that, because for Shatter, it is a point of your choice within range. You don't need to see it. So yeah, I would say you can have the point originate within the wall.
Okay. I'll do that then.
Okay. So you point, and all of a sudden, there is a loud crack as if reality itself shatters. I need Morwen, or no, sorry, not Morwen. This is just spider. So, what is the save on that?
18.
18.
And Constitution. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so they theoretically could succeed. Okay. All right. I would say so. They fail. Go ahead and roll damage on that. Yeah, that's pretty massive.
All right. So that's 3d8. I think I actually have 3d8.
Seeing the spell take hold, I cringe and think about the
Nice.
the dolphin.
That's
The dolphin.
That's 16 thunder damage.
That's such a
16
good
points
spell.
of thunder damage.
So messy.
It is kind of messy. So there is this loud crack in reality, and all of a sudden, Morwen, you like startle and look up, and you can see maybe inches away a huge spider as it recoils up and into the darkness. You can hear this loud like as it goes away and just up into the dark. And as you follow it with your eyes, you see dozens of these blue glowing orbs that are these spiders' eyes. You see several of them recoiling away, and you can hear numerous shrieks and squeals as they pull back slightly with this, but they are all still up.
As it's recoiling back, I want to use my bonus action on the same spider to push it 5 feet away from me, which I guess would be like sliding it along the wall, I guess.
Yeah, sure. No problem. Does it get a save on that?
It is a DC 18 strength save.
And it fails. So in this second, as it like tries to get away from this, you strike it and it scatters down the side. You can hear elements of these legs trying to scrape along, the webs like pulling with it and tangling into this fur. It almost has this like ghostly wisp of cobwebs that's gathering on it as it moves, but you do so.
Okay. I think then I'm going to initiate my flying boots and just start to hover so that I can avoid any webbing that might trap me if I try to avoid anything.
Okay. So you do so.
Just like as a free action, move like a foot off the ground. Or as
Okay.
a movement action, I guess.
So worth noting, you are currently inhabiting the entirety of the hallway.
Oh,
do you-
okay. Yeah, I want to like move in so that
Okay.
people
So
can.
5 feet forwards, 5 feet to the side. You kind of duck around the corner.
Yeah.
There's a lantern directly to your right. The couch is 10 feet in front of you. Morwen 10 feet and then a little bit off to the left. That is your turn.
Yeah, that's it.
Right. All of a sudden, even as these spiders retract, others begin to descend. You see 1, 3, 5, 6. There's over a dozen of these creatures now scampering down, dropping on silk. You can see their legs kind of spinning it down. Because it is mostly Morwen and Akka, you guys are going to be taking a lot of attacks. Morwen, let's start with you.
Great.
Morwen, all of a sudden, it is like in the walls, the ceiling, the entire space becomes these bristly limbs reaching out towards you. You see large mouths open up with these fangs. You're going to take 4 bite attacks. So the first one is going to be, that is a 20 to hit.
Again, he dodged.
Okay. Okay. That is your reaction, though, for the round. So that halves it?
Well, I
and
mean,
then,
it still knocks down 1. You know.
yeah, no, it definitely does. And so that halves the damage, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you take 10 points of piercing damage, halved to 5, as well as 8 points of poison damage, halved to 4.
So
I
that's
think
9.
I'm going to use my reaction to use a protective field and reduce the damage taken by 1d6 plus 5.
Okay, roll that d6.
Okay. So, that's 10 damage not taken.
Okay, so as the spider drops down, you can see this first one, the mouth open, it shrieks, and as it goes to bite, suddenly you see the air around you form cracks, these glowing white cracks. As this barrier forms, you see the teeth bite into it, and it shrieks, this awful, like, wah! Sound, and as it goes forwards, it can't quite break through. You can see the air cracking around it, and it finally shatters again, almost like shatter once more. And it bites through, but losing a lot of that damage. That's well done. Your reaction is down, Akka. Morwen, your reaction is down. That is 1 of 4. Number 2. That is a natural 1. So the second one drops down, and as the other one rears away, it bangs into it. You can see all of a sudden they turn and start like biting at each other. The third one is going to be an 8 to hit. That misses. And the final one is going to be a 17. So they're lunging, biting more when you begin to duck and dodge. One howls just over
Spider
your neck.
Wrangler.
You duck underneath it. And as you do, suddenly you see 1 10 feet back, the mouth open up, and this web fires towards you. Morwen, go ahead and make a... Oh, no, sorry. This is an attack. That is just a 13 to hit. So this web fires out. You duck by. Akka, you have to kind of pull your foot away too as it spreads across the floor.
Well, I'm
It does not
flying.
do anything.
So.
Oh, you're flying, yeah, so no problem. Goes underneath your legs. That is the ones against you, Morwen. That is 5 of them. Akka, you are going to take 6 bite attacks as these things rush you. All of a sudden, from behind you on the wall, next to you on the wall, from underneath this pool table, you see one long leg reach out as the spider pulls itself out. They're coming from everywhere. The first one is going to be a 20 to hit.
Meese.
Second one is going to be a 22 to hit.
Meese.
What the?
Third one is going to miss with a 16.
Dude.
Fourth one is going to miss with a 15. Fifth one is a 23 to hit.
Meese.
What? What is your fucking AC?
And it's 24, I believe.
Jesus Christ.
The final one is 11. You can see these spiders rushing down, biting in. You can hear as all these spiders are biting in but not penetrating the thick armor. You see elements of these calligraphy, glowing sigils kind of dance across the armor as they also feed into the protective nature. Akka, right at the end of that, you see one more of them fire a web towards you. That is the 24 to hit. I believe that hits. They can barely, that's a 19. They can barely touch you.
Tie goes to the spider.
Yeah. Make a strength check for me. This is not a saving throw. This is a check.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Okay. Where's my d20?
I will say sometimes when you play, I still picture Guntir. So I was picturing a bunch of spiders biting Guntir, just like ah.
Yeah, that would be probably
The
Strength
first
check there,
mental
Akka?
image.
probably worse. That is 14.
14 just fails. All of a sudden, the web,
Huh?
Oh wait, no, I already
you
used
use
my
your reaction.
Yeah, the action's gone.
This web goes around you. You feel it get into your fingers, between the armor, the individual joints kind of locking up as the web gums them. You are currently restrained. This web, sticky, viscous, in ways almost oily, Aga, to your point. However, that is all of their, that is 10 of them. At the very end of their turn, you see from around the hallway, the final 4 of these creatures. There's 14 in total. As they are rushing forwards. Morwen and Akka, you are separated, and for the rest of you, you see the bodies of these creatures fill the doorway. You no longer see Akka and Morwen. There is a crowd of limbs, fangs, and eyes. But that is their turn. That brings us to you, Heinrich. Shay, you're on deck. What would you like to do?
Can I move into the room? Or are they
At the
blocking it?
moment, they are blocking it. They are completely covering this. So you can see like the body of one in front of you, limbs behind. You see flashes of Morwen's red coat in the dark.
Okay. Is there any way that I could like see into the room without having to like push these things out of the way?
It would be very difficult to do so. You would need to take an action to make a perception check.
All right, well, fuck that then. I guess since I can't do anything else besides try to enter the room, I will try to enter the room with the 3 Eldritch Blasts.
Okay, so
Just
going
pushing
forwards.
pushing it out of the way. The one that's blocking it, I'm assuming there's only one that's blocking it, or is it multiple?
You can only see one. You saw a lot of them come down, though. You'd imagine this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So that's what's happening. I'm pushing. I'm trying to like create a way to get in so I can actually be effective.
Roll your attacks. I got you.
Okay, the first one's a natural 20.
Natural 20 just
First
misses.
one.
No, roll damage on that.
Okay. Do you not want me to do them all at the same time?
No, just because with the natural 20 especially, that's a lot of damage.
Sure. Okay. So
And you're
that
you're
is
moving them too, so that
Yeah.
that changes stuff.
7, 9, 6, plus 5. So that's 21 damage on the first one.
21 points of damage.
Yeah.
You watch for this particular one that you strike in the doorway. These teal flames ripple through this through the fur, the coarse little bits of fur. It burns this thing. You can hear it shriek and draw back away from Morwen. You can see further in multiple bodies just
Pushing, yeah.
writhing
Can I
around.
That's pushing it.
Opportunity attack this spider?
So this is really interesting how this is going to work. Heinrich, you're pushing it. How far does this push?
10 feet.
And it's
Basically, like,
automatically
trying
10
to,
feet, right? It doesn't get
Yeah,
to save.
there's no save. It's just it happens if I hit. And it's
Morwen,
10 with,
suddenly,
like as much stuff pushing as I can.
this is a multi-spider wreck of an accident as one pushes into 3 others that strike you, Morwen, as well. So Morwen, make a strength saving throw. What is your spell save DC, Heinrich?
18.
Okay.
Oh, damn. 18.
18.
Yeah.
So Morwen, all of a sudden a
That's lucky.
spider is slammed into you.
Like
You
with plus 0.
you plant your hands on it and lift yourself into the air as 3 spiders are shifted
ball.
underneath you. You
Cue
land.
the
You are
bowling
you're
I
on
am
top of
riding
effect.
the spider.
you are currently on
I
top
am
of one of the
spider
spiders.
wrangling.
You are not incorrect about that. So currently, you can see Morwen now, Akka, about 10 feet away from you, is on top of one of these spiders. There are spiders between you and her, but through the limbs, these biting fangs, the little bits of like poison saliva coming away. You can see Morwen on top of one of these things, just keeping her balance for the moment.
And I'm still just like, message. No, I'm just kidding.
So there's 2 more bolts.
Yeah, that's why I said roll 1,
Yeah.
because it does stuff. So yeah, go ahead, roll
Yeah.
your second one.
Because this is all in one action, so I can't like move and continue them. But
No,
I mean,
this
I'll
is
just,
all
I'm gonna spread them out
okay.
between
Sure.
the ones that I just pushed that are
Okay.
now Morwen is engaged with. So
Yeah.
it's like crowd controlling.
Don't roll a
You're
1.
invited to the wedding.
Yeah, that's a 28.
That hits. Yes.
Yeah.
Roll damage on
I'll
that.
roll damage on that. Yeah, that's fucking
Rolling
max
first.
damage.
Okay.
15
15.
on a regular.
Nice.
Yeah, and then the last one is a 21 to hit.
21. That hits.
Okay, and that one is 8 damage.
8 points of damage.
So
Of
that's
these,
one
the
for
first one
each.
that you hit is
Yeah.
looking really rough. You can see elements of the legs still like teal flames burning away the little elements of fibrous kind of hair. It's looking bad.
Yeah.
The rest are all, there's a whole bunch that are hurt at this point.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Nope. Saving reaction. Don't need to use my bonus action.
All right. So
I'll
you can
move
now,
into the room. I'm
you
gonna
can
move
step
into the
5
room
feet
and
further into the room.
Yeah, like clear the way basically for other people to enter. Kind of just
So-
like suppressive fire moving into the room so everyone can enter safely.
You actually opened up 10 feet in front of you as you shifted all of that stuff away. So you can step up right to Morwen, who is on one of these massive spiders. You can see elements still kind of burning with this teal flame, and Morwen just keeping balance. That is.
I'm not
your
gonna get
turn.
up to anything. I'm just like stepping into the room with enough room for people to like scoot behind me in.
To do that, you are getting up to a spider, the
Okay,
one
that's
that
fine.
Morwen is riding.
Sure.
That is your turn, Heinrich. Shay, what would you like to do more when you're on deck?
What can I see from where I am?
From where you are, there's 10 feet, and then Heinrich's back, and then swirling limbs all around him.
Cool. I guess I'm going in and probably hit the first one I come to and try to like make my way up and over and into the room a little bit more.
Okay. So, Shay, you dart into the room. You see Heinrich looming in front of you. You kind of step between him and Akka, who is on your right, and end up sort of right in front of a couch. To your right, about 10 feet away, there is the beginnings of a pool table. Akka is now directly behind you, Heinrich directly on your left, Morwen diagonally riding a spider. And then all around you in front of you, there are these navy blue eyes and fangs and spider mouths. Go ahead, you can make your attacks. There's no shortage of targets here.
One for you and one for you. and
Dirty
one for you.
20.
Okay, so you see one, it's like teal flames dying down into embers, and as it gets on top of the couch, you rush forwards with the momentum and bring your elbow into the middle of this cluster of eyes. Go ahead and roll damage.
That's 10.
10 points of damage. You see the fire extinguish entirely as this blow kind of strikes at the last burning bits of ember. You see one of the eyes pop, just ichor going down the face. Well done. Next attack.
The next one is a 27
27 hits as well. Go ahead and roll damage on that.
Uh-huh.
for 7.
7. You see the eye pop, and as the ichor goes in and it begins to draw back, you reach forwards, grab one of the fangs, and pull it in for another short punch. The eye that was ruined ruptures again down the face, and you can see it's trying to pull away. Do you have another attack?
I do.
Okay, it's looking
For-
real rough.
Dirty 20 again.
Dirty 20, that hits. Roll damage.
11.
11. As it tries to get away, you can hear it's trying to pull it back. You pull it in again and just hit it and hit it and hit it. And you can feel the face separate as this thing dies. That is one down.
Oof.
13 to go.
Swoosh.
Anything else?
Is there a clear-ish spot I can get where I'm not clustered up with anybody else, or no?
You're a monk, and so for you, it's a little bit different. You can certainly, I'll say, if you want, using your movement, if you want to make an acrobatics check, you can try to like
Jump
pull,
up
like
to the
maneuver
chandelier.
over through the spiders, like utilizing their movements to shift through them.
Hell yeah, I do.
Yeah, you could certainly try. You're a monk.
How's a 27 do?
The 27? With the 27, this one that dies, as you like punch it again and again, and it falls down, as the momentum of it hits this couch, you yank yourself up on top of it. For a moment, you are now higher than Morwen, right next to her. You can choose to either go to the other side of this couch. You will again be kind of surrounded by spiders. You can go off into the diagonal part of the room through the crush of them and end up on the other side of this mass. That will put you kind of right into the hallway, into this gap that leads into the long, narrow hallway beyond.
I want to avoid the hallway, just because I don't
Okay.
know what else is down there, so
Okay.
I'll go to the other spot.
So you end up kind of right in this doorway, and that gives you only like 3 or 4 places that could actually attack you from. You have walls on either side of you. You're like standing in a doorway.
I'll take
Take a
it.
defensive stance.
Beautiful.
That is your turn. Shay, Morwen, you are up. Then it is Carranza, and then Akka. Morwen, what do you want to do? You are riding a spider.
I am going to stab. Wait, so there's a bunch of clusters? Like
Yes.
it's all surrounding me? Oh, okay.
Mhm.
So there's probably another spider other than the one I'm riding to stab.
There certainly is.
I'm gonna do that. I want to keep riding this spider.
All right. So you maintaining your balance. I'm going to say this is technically at disadvantage. With everything that's happening, it would also be at advantage. So this is just a flat roll. You're not getting sneak attack on this. They know you're there.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, as long as she has
The
a
one
baby.
the one whose back you're on probably doesn't know you're there.
No idea.
No idea. Why am I so heavy?
That would be a
Gotta
20
lay off on the adventurers.
21.
21 hits.
Well, that's good news. For 12.
12 points of damage. You reach forwards with loose. You spear straight through. It sticks in. This is not terribly strong. It's like almost like a light leather. Pierces through no problem. You can feel things pop and rupture within as you pull it away. This purple blood out. Attacking with butts.
Know it.
There you go.
20. Dirty.
Okay, yeah, that hits.
Dirty. Yes.
As you pierce this kind of thing, it
Filth.
reaches back 2 of these long claws, and as it goes forwards, you dart through the arms, ending up on the other side. Now, like going from the spider that you were on for a brief moment, you're on this other spider. How much damage?
7.
7. Wow.
Yeah, butts
For
did some
butts?
stuff.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. So you go through, and as you're on the spider, you take butts and just stab straight into its back. You turn the blade. You can hear this thing shriek, and you kind of take the momentum and return to the spider that you were on, kind of doing like a full circle of the space. Well done. Anything else?
Nope. Just gonna maintain riding the spider.
Okay, make an acrobatics check for me.
How's a 30?
30. This is almost like, on like a turbulent ocean, the ship deck kind of swirling underneath your feet. Not terribly dissimilar. You're able to keep your balance as this thing struggles. You imagine
Fun.
it's definitely going to try to get you off. But that is your turn. That brings us to Carranza. Looking at this madness that's happening, Carranza is going to...
Merrick mounts. Sorry, I just saw my notes here. These are not
Merrick's mounts. All right, Carranza. So Carranza kind of timidly enters the space. Akka, looking to your left in the space that has been cleared out by your compatriots, kind of shoving these spiders into the room. You can see Carranza timidly enter. She is going to look at everything that is happening, this kind of madness. I'm just trying to pull up her stat block because for some reason I did not have it up. Carranza Billows. She is going to cast... Okay, looking at everything that's happening, For a brief instant, Morwen, you make eye contact through this room with Carranza. In this hectic thing, you see her mouthing something as she points at you, and you feel magic begin to take hold. Are you allowing it to do so?
Yeah. Sure.
All of you watch as Morwen's fur grows longer and changes from black to brown. The teeth begin to turn and curve.
I am spider.
No, within this space, Morwen is now a mammoth. Massive black mammoth with these dark tusks that curve around. Your head, Morwen, into the top of this space. You fully encompass the area. And in the space that you are in, you watch as Morwen expands her body, pulverizing this stone couch that crumbles into the room. Spider webs are kind of torn away. These spiders like crawling back, instinctually afraid of this huge creature.
Zombie beast.
Morwen, you are a mammoth. You have the stats of a mammoth, which I will send to you right
That's
now.
so much better than just being a spider.
In general, I'll just post the stats because it's the easiest thing to do.
Okay.
That is a mammoth.
Cool.
So you have access to its actions, to its trampling charge, to its strength, dexterity, and constitution modifier. With this, technically, you have an intelligence of 3, so do with that what you will. But you are a mammoth.
Different.
You have a rough remembrance of Morwen and Morwen's friends, but otherwise you are actually a mammoth. So do with that what you will. That is Carranza's turn. That brings us to the top of the round. Akka, what would you like to do?
I need to break my restraint, right?
So yes, this web is currently binding you. At the end of your turn, you can make a strength saving throw against it.
Oh, okay. Then I'm gonna go ahead and just use another shatter in the area that captures. How many of the spiders are like directly in front of me by like the pool table area?
Directly in front of you by the pool table area, there are 4.
Okay. So I have a 20-foot sphere.
Okay.
I think I want to catch like starting the
Akka,
20 foot.
with a 20-foot spear, if you put it in the middle of the room, the edge will just miss Shay's feet. Actually, right now, you have the perfect spot to put it. You can put it right off the pool table, about 10 feet away from the couch, and it will hit. It'll hit 9 of these spiders.
I do so.
Okay. And what is this spell?
Shatter.
Okay.
And it's they need to make a Constitution save or take full damage.
And that's an 18, right?
Yes.
All right. So they have to roll a 19 or a 20. No, sorry. They have to roll a 17 or up. So that's 1 fail. That's a natural 20, so 1 success.
Oh, they're gonna.
That's 2 natural 20s.
Oh.
Damn.
A natural 1. Okay. 2 of 9 succeed on this.
Okay, so they take half of 19 damage, thunder
19
damage.
Okay, so they take 9 damage.
And
there are
I'll take
2 that are going to take 9, and the other ones are taking, you said 19?
19.
Shay, the one that you were like beating up, all of a sudden there's this deafening crack. And you can see the air around you, all these cobwebs displace with this shuddering shockwave, and it gets right to you and then dissipates. But you watch as the spider directly in front of you bursts. You see the head kind of shake for a second, and it lets out this loud shriek before just bursting in front of you. Your face spattered with this purple ichor, hot. Akka, in total, 19?
Mm-hmm.
You watch as you succeeded that, you guys failed that. All right. Every spider has been damaged at least a little bit at this point. But this shatter, as it ruptures through, you watch as 3 of these creatures just shake and pop. 3 of them are no more. You can see 2 of the ones that Heinrich hit the one that Morwen is riding, actually, or no, sorry,
No.
the one next to
crushing.
the one next to the one that Morwen is riding, because it doesn't quite hit
Although-
Morwen.
She's probably
So-
not riding it now as she's on
Would it-
mammoth. It's probably
It's the-
Wouldn't it
smoked.
have just been crushed?
Yeah.
That Morwen's riding? No, Morwen's the one that Morwen's on is fine. It is two of the ones that you attacked, Heinrich, and then two of the ones that, or the one that you
But
attacked, and then
because
one
Morwen's
next
a
to it.
mammoth,
Oh,
though,
Morwen's a
wouldn't it
mammoth.
have been like
Oh,
squished?
interesting point.
It's
Hang on.
fucking heavy and
That's what-
Yeah,
underfoot.
I'm not even gonna roll for it because it's pretty badly hurt to begin with. Morwen, as you shifted into the mammoth, you felt
Yeah.
the one underneath you,
It's like-
and just dead. I would say actually, Heinrich, you are spattered on your shins and legs with this purple ichor. But that,
So I'm just
yeah.
like making wine with these spiders.
Yeah,
and
spider
yeah,
line.
so just stomping back and forth, and Heinrich again just splatter. That is shatter. Anything else, Akka?
Yeah, so the one that is, are there any that are within 5 feet of the wall that I can push away into the wall?
Looking
going
for a
to use
little
my
D4
bonus
of
action.
damage.
So there are two that you could push into the wall, and one that you could push into the pool table.
Which one? Whichever one's closest to me. I'm
The
going
one in the
to.
pool table.
All right, I'm gonna yank it towards me with my mind 5
Okay.
feet. It's a
Towards
bonus
you.
action.
It
Well,
hits the
toward-
pool
the
table.
pillar.
Well, yeah.
Does it get a saving throw, or does it just hit?
It must succeed a DC 18 strength save.
Oh, natural one. Roll a d6 for me.
Great. That is a 1.
A 1. So unfortunately, not a whole lot of damage. You watch as you pull it. You can see it just ragdolls forwards 5 feet. One of the feet just kind of clang onto the pool table, and you watch as little tiny bits. As 1 point of damage occurs as it bangs its toe, basically. But you pull it over, and it's now kind of half on the pool table. Some of the legs, one of the legs actually goes into one of the corner pockets. It's just kind of crouched up on the. Nice shot, yeah. Anything else?
I would now like to make my save.
Okay, make your strength saving throw.
My restraint. Is this the strength saving throw to break restrained? Is that also at disadvantage?
No, that would not be a disadvantage.
Okay. That is probably not going to cut it. That's a 6.
No, that certainly does not. You surge forward. You try to pull away. Even as the shatter, the echo just reverberates in this chamber. The spider's kind of shying away. You can't pull free. This is too strong for you.
I'm picturing myself kind of splattered against the wall, like
Yeah, you're
fucking
pulling, and your shoulders aren't quite able to move
because
away.
I was flying, so I'm not even touching the ground right now.
Your feet are like 3 or 4 inches away from the floor. Yeah, but you're just up against the wall. Akka, that is your turn. It is now the spider's turn.
It's like,
All right. Based on that, they're not very smart. You watch as the majority of them, save 2, peel off towards Shay, who, as far as they can tell, set off some kind of sonic boom as she went through, because that she rushed through and spiders died. Shay, you are taking 8 bite attacks.
Okay.
First one is a 9,
Miss.
19,
Miss.
22.
That'll hit.
Okay, so that's 1 hit. Natural 20. It's a crit. 25. A second natural 20. I mean, it's honestly a 22.
rolls, sure.
These guys are rolling dope. I have not rolled over a 17 or under a 17 4 times in a row. That's a miss. It's going to be a 14 and a natural 1. So, Shay,
Mm-hmm.
you are taking 4 hits total. 2 of them are criticals.
I'm gonna use my reaction to cast another protective field around Shay
Okay.
this time.
Okay, so that's going to be, if it's your reaction, that's going to be against the first one.
Okay.
So, Shay, as this first bite sinks into your shoulder, you would have taken 4 points of piercing damage plus 13 points of poison damage. As the spider lunges forwards and grabs your shoulder, suddenly the fangs are almost forced apart.
That was
How much?
11. I rolled a 6, so that's full damage taken away.
You see elements of this kind of like poison almost torn from the small punctures in your skin. This field protects you from a lot of
on the
damage.
wall, like eyeballing things to.
Just really big eye from the corner,
Like-
not much else. That is your reaction, however. That is the first. I'll do the 2 crit. Oh, well, we'll do it in order. So the first critical. You're going to take 13 points of piercing damage. And you got kind of lucky on that. 14 points of poison damage.
Okay.
The second critical is going to be 15 points of piercing damage. Oh, buddy. 30 points of poison damage, as it almost maximizes on that. This bite, as they're kind of tearing into you, you're able to kind of get one away. Akka's able to kind of negate some of the damage from one, but they are just pouring into you. You feel bite after bite. And it isn't so much that just 3 of them make it through. All of them in different ways make it through. Your monk physicality able to shrug parts away. But this poison begins to kind of sink in. For those of you who are close enough, you can see, Shay, you would normally need to make a save against this, but as your body pushes the poison out of your veins as it tries to get through. Shay is resistant to the poison status. That is the ones that attack you. There are 2 left, and those are going to attack Morwen. So those are all that Shay can reach. Morwen, the one right next to the one that you were crushed, you watched as it's smushed. You see 8 eyes look down at the smushed one and then back up at you. It is going to first make its bite attack.
It's like
It is going to miss with a 4. And then it is going to take its full movement away from you.
Can I stomp on it?
You can certainly make an attack of opportunity. So
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
go ahead, make a stomp attack.
Smush. Dirty 20.
You watch, okay, roll damage for that stomp. You watch the spider tries to take a bite and then draws away. And as the legs begin to pull it away, you see this black mammoth turn yellow, cat-like eyes in this mammoth. And one leg lifts up. How much damage is that?
Imagine if it was like
That's
a
4d10
mammoth body, but my
plus
head.
7.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. Mammoths are brawlic.
I have to count.
Sorry, it was big numbers.
Okay.
We like those numbies.
Okay.
All about the numbies.
That's a 35.
As it scampers back, all across the room, purple ichor. It hits even through the spiders moving. Shay, you get a little bit of this splatter on you about 25 feet away. Little bits of blood across your face. Heinrich, you are covered. That is its turn. The second one sees this, and without even attacking, is going to scamper backwards.
Can I stomp on
5,
it?
10, 15. You already used your reaction. 10,
Darn.
15, 20, 25, 30. Shay, all of a sudden behind you, you can see the spider climb on one side of the wall and rush, and it goes by you. You can make an attack of opportunity if you wish.
Hell yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
For a 27,
That definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage on that.
10.
10 points of damage. That's just what you needed. You can see as it runs, you see the eyes around the door frame and you feel one bite into you. You yank away and using the momentum, bring the heel of your foot around in like an axe kick and pulverize the face. The eyes shatter inwards around your foot and you drive it into the ground. Hits with a heavy thud. That thing is dead. Shay is now surrounded by every remaining spider. Currently swirling around your monk friend, but that is their turn. Heinrich, what would you like to do? Shay, you're on deck.
How many of them are there?
Quick glance, probably about 10. Hard to tell.
10? Okay. And Shay just turned to face the other direction?
Yeah, so Shay's back is to you, and you can see they're all going towards Shay.
Perfect.
Perfect.
as I begin to make my way over, two things. First, doing the bonus action heal. Like, that's just as soon as I see Shay getting hurt, the like empath healing, like, nope, kind of thing happens.
She's
So,
about 30 feet away.
yeah, I can
Okay.
reach her from there.
Cool.
That's 5 dice. That's 23
23 points of healing.
healing. Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, Shay, as you
No less
heel
than-
kick this thing, driving it into the ground, the ichor splatters across you, and you feel this warmth behind you. You feel it
Okay.
spread across your back, across some of these bites, and for a second it traces your shoulder blades. And for the rest of you, you can see this healing energy form almost briefly, these wings as they dissipate. But a
And
lot
at
of
the
healing.
Same moment of action. Yeah, that was really fucking lucky. The same moment of action, I'm going to cast a swirling wall of light, just like looping in on itself in a spiral, just hitting
Okay.
them over and over again, but not
Yeah,
with
sure.
Shay. Just like 60 feet
Uh,
of like Tron, like close light. Just
So you're just making a pillar of wall around Shay.
not around her. I just want to like loop the spiders in and loop them again and again and
But
again
they're
and
surrounding
again.
her, so you.
No,
I
so
thought they
she's
were
in a
all-
doorway. She killed
Yeah,
the
so
one
they're-
that was on the other side.
Yeah,
so
so
yeah,
they're
you
all
can,
on one side.
you can
So I'm
wrangle
just gonna
all of
like
them,
wrap
sure.
them repeatedly with 60 feet, so I have the full length of
What
it.
I'll say is you use the 60 feet to create a cone that goes up to the ceiling.
Yeah.
So you can actually seal it's like a
Pretty much.
giant column of light.
Yeah.
The entire room as these runes
'Cause it's
first light up on the
125
floor.
feet bright and then
Yeah.
120 bright, 120 dim.
Yeah, so this thing easily, just the room flares to life. You see the spiders that are alive, all of the eyes kind of shrink and turn away. It's as if they don't like the light, actually, worth noting.
Yeah, the whole place
but-
is dark.
Yes,
Should have
but now,
flipped that switch.
So
Right.
con save, please.
yeah, that is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. That is 9 con saves.
You're
What is the
welcome.
DC on that?
18.
Okay, so 1 rolled an 18.
Okay.
So 2, that's going to be a 9, a 19. So 1 success. It's a natural 1. Another natural 1.
Damn.
16, 14. 2 succeed out of the 9.
Okay. So those that succeed take 10 radiant damage and nothing else.
Okay.
Those that don't take 21 radiant damage and are blinded for a minute.
So this fiery light kind of column erupts. Shay, you have to turn your head because as you do, the spiders that are singeing towards you, and as you turn, you make this axe kick. You're still turning around. You're quick. You can see all of this happen in front of you. You watch as the one spider, as it goes towards you, is like pulled away. Elements of the matter being deconstructed as the light overtakes it, and it is just evaporated in front of you. You see just the last bits of eyes as they away. Heinrich,
I'm glad it didn't splash more blood on you.
Heinrich,
Probably
you
pretty
kill
stoked
8
right
of
now.
the 9 spiders
And the last
that are
one is
remaining.
blinded.
There is
No,
this
'cause it's
final.
saved.
There's this final one that's saved. It is hurt as this light, and the light is still blazing. You can see some of the eyes have ruptured, and the 1 or 2 remaining eyes that are whole have like these milky, almost like burns, like white burns across the sclera of them. It's hurt bad. You can see it's like limping within this kind of column of light. It's looking for a way out, but that's a lot of damage.
Also, it does block line of sight if anything is fully within it.
So you can. I'm gonna say that you can see through it because it is your spell.
I can,
Nobody else
yeah,
can see
but no
this,
one
but
else
you,
could. Although
you
I
can
know
see
Shay
the
knows
spider.
that it's still in there. So
Yeah,
this
Shay's
is,
like
this
five
is a
feet away.
familiar spell. So
That is your turn. That brings us to you, Shay. On the other side of this light, there's the lone remaining spider, and all around you, little teal burning bits of these little fuzzy furs kind of fall down in what remains of the rest of the spiders. It's like a teal snow.
Can I see it?
Just a column of light right in front of you.
yeah, you could move through it. It doesn't hurt you as long as you don't end your turn in it.
Okay.
What are you
I
doing?
mean, I would move through it back toward the group, I suppose.
Okay. So you step through it in this instant. You can see beneath you the spider looking up at you. And if you could see panic in a spider's face, it is certainly expressing it. You see 8 eyes wide looking up at you.
Any
Well-
signs of remorse?
You can take an action, make an insight check if you really want.
No, I'm gonna put it out of its misery.
Okay.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20 hits. Roll damage
Pop
on
it
that.
and throw it out the window.
Max damage at 13.
13. Tell us how it happens.
Yeah.
Which
I don't know, just fist down through the face. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like,
As you step through, like for an instant, you can see it look up and you just punch. The fist goes through the eyes, through the head. You can feel it piercing through whatever it utilizes as a throat. Your hand emerges on the other side and you just step through the light, kind of leaving it. You feel the ichor just burn through as you step through. Hand completely clean, all matter of blood burned in this wall of light as you pass through. For the rest of you, stepping through on the other side is Shay, almost completely unfazed and untouched. The rest of you dripping with this ichor, elements of fur and stuff all across you. Shay is completely clean.
I
Am
think
still
I'm
damaged?
relatively untouched.
You are
by
covered in
water.
spider webs.
I'm webby.
Yeah, you're webbed to the wall. But in this moment, because there is no more of these spiders left, I'm going to take you out of combat.
Stick my
am I still
arm
a
back
mammoth?
through.
You are still a mammoth for the next,
Great.
I believe, the next hour.
I'm just gonna stomp my feet a little bit and be like, ah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna leave the column of light up for 10 minutes so we can check out this room.
sure. So the light's
So it's
still.
completely bright. It's like almost day in here.
Damn
It is.
trunk.
This is daylight. Yes,
Can I,
mammoths have big
I'm gonna
trunks.
flip the switch.
It's not technically daylight. It's just bright light.
Try to wiggle myself off the wall.
Yeah, so okay, so you can see Akka trying to wiggle himself off the wall, and as he does, Morwen steps over to the switch, and the trunk wraps it up. You get the sense that these light, you literally cannot tell because it is so bright in here. The light reflects off the glass of these gas lanterns, and it produces no further light than this blaring. It's like a star in the room. Nobody can look at the column directly. But yeah, you can certainly see.
I'm gonna try to also peel Akka off the wall.
Okay, make a strength check or an athletics check. We'll call
Aw.
I'm imagining
What
you
an
like
athletic
trying
checker
to
for me.
fucking wrap around with your trunk, and I'm just like one of those sticky hands, but like, yeah.
Oh no!
You're using this number.
I know.
Yeah.
I was just looking at.
Don't accidentally crush me.
It's 13.
13. So
I'm not
you
very
do
dex.
you get Akka through
It's -1.
No, it's not dex, it's strength.
athletics.
Acrobatics. Oh,
Athletics.
Yeah.
I'm
You're just
sorry.
it doesn't have that, so you just roll the strength instead.
Oh, that's much better. Oh, 25.
25. You reach in and you have these nails out. You're about to dig into Akka, and you're like, you put them in soft paw.
Wait.
Well, no,
No.
I'm
mammoth.
mammoth.
Mammoth!
Mammoth. Right.
Mm,
Just rip them off the wall with the trunk.
So you walk over
I'm just
to
kinda like,
where Akka is.
helpless.
Akka, you see the almost cat-like eyes, massive, each one almost the size of your total face, kind of peer at you. This dark black fur kind of going over this massive trunk that reaches up, and you see the nose, little bits of kind of mammoth goo dripping out of it. It kind of onto your head. And slowly you feel the edges of it. It's very dexterous, like surprisingly so. It kind of curls over your head and just peels you off the wall. You see the strands of the web snap as you drop down onto the ground. But the mammoth peels you free. Morwen, you are a mammoth for you can't talk. You're a mammoth.
Oh,
yeah.
I laugh.
You want to try? Yeah, you hear just like the elephant noise.
Yeah.
If you laugh. But yeah, you are a mammoth.
It's cool.
You need like at least an 8 intelligence to be able to speak, kind of. Isn't that what it is?
Something
Like
more
6?
or less. There are a few creatures with 6 that can speak.
Yeah.
I think 6 is the lowest that I know of.
Yeah,
that
there
has
was a cutoff. I
speech.
can't remember. Shay, how are you looking? Do you need assistance?
Probably yes. Still hurt.
Okay. I'm just gonna pull out potion of greater healing because we have
Okay.
those, and
Yeah.
we're not in combat, so it's not an action to use it.
Yeah. It's
Just be like,
so worth noting.
here.
Bonus action to use a potion. We decided that early
Cool.
on. But sure.
Yeah. Here, we have these, and no one ever uses them, and you need this, and I'm just gonna hand you the giant jug of red liquid.
Drink this red Gatorade, not a sponsor.
So that is 4d4 plus 4 hit points that you regain.
Okay.
Now I can clear out my bag by one item.
There you go. So much more space for activities.
Oh my god, yeah.
You
I'm gonna fill it with yarn instead.
There you go. You watch Shay drink this potion, and the elements of the wounds begin to kind of stitch themselves back together.
That's
What are you guys
12.
doing? There you go. Potion
I'm
well
gonna-
drunk.
Try to peel off all the web on me, clean
Okay.
myself up.
I'm immediately checking the room.
Make an investigation check.
Yeah, I'm looking for, like, what's the deal with this place?
Sure.
What's the deal with mammoths?
Oh, fucking natural 20s, total 26.
Natural 20. Okay, this is a good place to get a natural 20.
Mm-hmm. Haunted house? Hell yeah.
So
It's
there's
no
a few
longer
things
haunted
about
to me.
this. No, yeah, you know everything about this place. First of all, you can see this particular place in the very back. There is like a bathroom, of course. There is a
Hell yeah.
very well created toilet. There is a stone bathtub that is covered in webs, and there are these 3 large egg sacs in the back of that room.
I burn them.
Okay, so very quickly,
Just campfire.
create bonfire.
Or bonfire
And
cleansing everything.
for all of you, as you see Heinrich go into this room, this bright daylight, there is almost a darkening as this teal flame lights, and you hear like the sound of air escaping as these tiny little spiders shriek out, hundreds of them. And it's not really them yelling; it's the air escaping the carapace as they burn, but it sounds like tiny little screams.
I'm just saying, like, sorry, just like, yeah.
Little tiny screams, but you burn these spiders. You continue to kind of search, and you go to this. You walk by Morwen or by Akka, who is just peeling webs away from him, and you go over to this pool table. There's a pool stick there. There is like 5 or 6 of the pool balls themselves, although there is no color on them. It looks as if maybe there was paint at one point and has flaked away over the years. There is one that is much darker, and you'd imagine maybe the 8-ball at one point. You wait, let's check here. What did you roll? You rolled natural 20, right?
Yeah. Total 26.
So you begin to look around. What is the deal with this place? How are there spiders in here? And as you look, you notice there is like a part of this that is a little bit different. It's the floor. And you have been kind of joking about, Morwen being like, maybe the floor will squeak and it's stone. And as you step on one particular part of stone, there is this. You feel it give slightly. Bending down, you look, and this is kind of painted. And with the bright light that strikes it, you can see a difference in the texture now. You can kind of see this seems to be a trap door. You can kind of slide your fingers into what looks like a crack, and it is actually just like a natural seam, and you can pull if you would like.
Okay. I'm gonna keep going around the room, but I'm like, oh, trap door. I'm just gonna open it and then keep
Okay.
checking around the room.
You open it. It opens. It is not locked. It is very well hidden, and so you'd imagine not really requiring a lock. This is also like a home. There's a ladder, long ladder. It goes down a cylinder, and the cylinder opens up. It's almost like a cone that goes down, and the bottom you can just see 20 feet beneath you a glass floor, and floating beneath this floor is like a murky water, dark, dirty.
I'm just gonna close that up again.
Close it.
That's from the. Oh no, I didn't tell anyone. I told Akka. Hey Akka, remember that prophecy vision thing that I told you about? Touching the key made me see shit.
It's
Yeah,
peeling spider webs away.
Yeah, it's right down there. The ladder going up from the glass floor with the murky water. Just let you know that's here, so don't fall down it.
There are webs within this, and so it seems as if perhaps these spiders came from here.
Mhm.
But all you see behind this glass, when you that brief moment that you saw it, was just water, and it's only about 10 feet of visibility down it, even with the daylight going over your shoulder, because it is just filthy. It is muddy water.
Mhm. Is there anything else in the room?
Looking around, so there is a door in the far northeastern corner. And investigating this door, it has a knob, it has a lock, so you don't know if it's locked or not. It is iron, kind of corroded. Just a second here. You can see underneath this door there is a little bit of a flickering light, and you can see there's like a good like inch gap, so it's actually not terribly hard to see, especially with the light going underneath. You see the beginning of a staircase beyond the doorway.
Down?
Up.
Okay. Relay that.
And because you've been keeping track of this, Heinrich, this would lead you further. You'd be running parallel to the large avenue if you were to go up those stairs.
Okay. Noting that as well. Saying that out loud. Now that I'm done sweeping the room for safety, secret, potential danger hole.
Well, we don't know what that is, right?
I didn't get a good vibe from that vision, right? That was a pretty bad vibe.
I mean, you had the vision. It wasn't the circumstances you received it in were pretty spooky, and the vision itself pretty spooky.
Right.
You are free to interpret it as you want to. I would say if you want, I mean, without in the moment, you could have maybe made an insight check on it, but having passed by a couple hours now, hard to tell.
I think I would want to go take a look at it. So, Heinrich, show me this vision. I want to get a sense of what you saw.
Well, it's right down here, and I'll just sort of.
You open the trap door. Akka, you look in. You can see a ladder goes about 20 feet down, and reaches a glass floor. There's water beneath this glass floor. There's a lot of it.
Did you sense any magic down there?
Do I?
As he leans over, Akka, you can see in Heinrich's eye that glyph appear, celestial. And as you look down, there's a faint glow, a tiny little orb. And as your eyes focus in, you actually make out the edges of a similar kind of potion bottle to the one that Shay is now kind of pulling away, empty. Not quite the same. The color of it is maybe enchantment from that school, but it seems to be a potion. You can see there is a small table next to it, and putting two and two together, maybe like an alchemy station in that weird little room above the glass. But in terms of magic, that's all that you would see.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry, my mistake. What is the range on that?
30 feet.
In the murky water, though you cannot see the origin of it, you do get a faint glimpse of enchantment as well. Just kind of dimly, maybe like 10 feet into the water, just beyond your visual range. From here, anyways.
Right. Yeah. Is it similar to the one that was holding the key?
Is what similar? The
aura.
The aura? No.
The one that I dispelled earlier?
Nope.
Okay.
So
now you know that, Akka. But alchemical lab.
I guess you don't want to go down there.
Carranza kind of kicking something off her foot says, if somebody's going to go down there, can I just suggest like Morwen or Shay, maybe?
Yeah, Morwen. Sure.
I was gonna actually just like
Morwen. Yeah, the giant mammoth that you turned.
Yeah, I was gonna
obviously not right now.
Carefully
like,
and
undo
stealthily.
that, or do we have to wait?
Yeah, no, of course I can, but we got 50 more minutes of a mammoth. Do we want to waste that? Yeah, I guess you
Is
can't
it
really
anywhere
get
else?
through
We're
this.
gonna
I was gonna say,
try.
I guess I can't really get through the doorways. So yeah,
can't get
more
down the
when
hall, can't get
Hold
down the
on.
hole, can't go
Hold
back
on.
through that 3-foot
Oh.
crack.
yeah.
Before you do that, I'm
All
gonna
right, what are you thinking?
check it out
Okay,
and keep the mammoth in case I bring anything up with me.
that's fair because it's not gonna fit down the ladder. But yeah, if you brought something up, could use a mammoth.
All right, if you're going, I'm going. It was shown to me for a reason, but fucking
mean-
on guard.
Yeah.
All right. Akka begins to descend the ladder.
I'm just floating down.
Okay. Akka steps off the ladder and then slowly
Just like-
descends. Yeah. The cape kind of billowing slightly. But he descends. Heinrich, you follow. Is anybody else following?
I can't.
Everybody else stays up. Shay, you kind of like just cracking your wrists, kind of stretching things out. Suddenly there's a shake and you look over and Morwen sits down.
Do you wrap
Waiting.
your trunk around? What's up?
And the trunk is like tail, like kind of just moving around. It's almost
It's just now
instinctual.
front tail.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not even gonna touch that one. But so you
Yeah, don't touch the
descend,
front tail.
and Akka, as you get to the bottom, you touch down on this glass.
I don't think
You're
I
2
would touch
feet.
down.
Okay, fair enough. You
I don't want to like disturb anything, so I'm gonna
Sure.
hover but get a closer look of everything.
Likewise, I would go down the last rung and just kind of like
Okay.
hang off of it.
Sure. You have one hand, you kind of hang off of it. Looking around, you can see now, down a little bit further, this magical source was a potion. A single vial almost, but a little bit rounded at the bottom of fizzy purple liquid.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna see if I could discern what the
Identify.
potion is. Yeah.
Make an Arcana check. You float over to it and kind of look down, inspecting it.
And is it empty but like has residual?
No, this is full.
Okay. That's 31.
31. You know what? Not a common ingredient by any means, but you've come across it. Your teacher has used this in artificing before. This is the blood of a naga, worked into some kind of a potion. And I would say with the 31, you've seen it used in applications based on water breathing before. And so you feel pretty confident this is a potion of water breathing.
Okay.
And you take this and kind of look at the table. You see faint traces of dried out Naga's blood. So probably these were made here fairly regularly. And looking at the ocean, you would imagine, or the water around, you'd imagine this probably like an access point somewhere.
Yeah. Having kind of put 2 and 2 together there, I think I would then see like, is there some sort of portcullis to get under the glass into this water, or like
Sure.
something of that nature?
Yeah. So you kind of begin to look around, and with almost no trouble, you can see an element of this glass. The glass rises up like a foot and then becomes kind of walls of stone that lead to this ceiling, and then the ladder goes straight up the middle. Almost like a cylindrical tunnel in the middle of the room.
Mhm.
You can see kind of on the northern part of this, there is an element of the stone that looks as if it's almost like you could move it perhaps. And from beyond it, that is where Heinrich, you saw that kind of other magical glow.
Mhm.
Getting closer to it, not you, Heinrich, but Akka, if you were to float over, because Heinrich, you need to step down and then walk across to see it.
Yeah.
Getting closer, you see in the murky water, there is like a steel cable that drops down and down and down and down out of your vision.
I'm gonna remind him of the vision that I had, the omen or whatever, and be like, yeah, and there was like a face in the water, and this looks identical to that. So I think there's something
Heinrich, this is the room, without a doubt. This
There's
is the vision you
something-
saw.
with a face, pretty big face down there.
I'm trying to
I
piece
swear.
together like why would this room exist and why would there be potion of water breathing?
Make an insight check.
What's my insight? Pretty good. Yeah, that's 25.
25? Well, there's a potion of water breathing within a room that is surrounded by water. So probably this room is almost an entryway to whatever body of water this is, or maybe it's like a cistern, maybe it's like a septic tank. It is like kind of tan in terms of the color. Hard to tell, but you look at this cord descending down, and you wonder if there's something maybe attached to it.
Right.
Seems to be some kind of extra safekeeping and very creatively done so. For
What would
someone.
they be trying to keep down here?
Something guarded by a giant-faced creature. Something important, maybe, to them. Like a lock of hair and a wedding ring. Or like a fucking giant sword. Who knows? What lives here is kind of the origin of that question.
Yeah. And if it still is here, which, judging by your vision, seems pretty likely.
If you would like, Akka, you can make a perception check and just try to look around through the water and see if you see anything.
Yeah, I guess I'll just see, kind of like I'm looking in an aquarium, like, are the fish out today?
Sure.
Kind
And
of.
my detect magic getting further down didn't help me discern the shape or distance. I mean, I know it's
I
a
would
big
say
bird,
you get
but-
the shape of that thing because it kind of glows and you get closer to it and kind of see it from a different angle.
Mhm.
It's almost like a large figure 8, but like thicker.
That was a 26 perception.
26.
I keep
Heinrich, are you
rolling
sharing this
19s.
information with Akka?
Yeah, I'll just sort of like roughly point it out and be like, look, if you don't. I mean, we're down here. It was shown to me for some reason. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's bad. Maybe the thing that showed me this vision wants my help. Maybe it wants to use me to get this thing. I have no idea. But if you want to grab it, I have no idea what's going to happen.
Well,
I can guide you to it, but once you're underwater, it's going to be kind of hard. The best I could do is just like point it out here, and you'll have to memorize where it is. Unless you have a way of
I want to
seeing
raise.
you can have whatever it is that you find down there. That's kind of how this works. That's how we get all of our stuff. It's, now you're part of this getting your own stuff, and we don't split it for this one instance.
Get
How's
your
that?
own raise.
Yeah, you make your own raises here. This is an equal opportunity, very
So
self-empowered.
you have the vision.
Incentive package, yeah.
You have the vision, and I'm the one
Looking
who has
for
to
strong
execute.
self-
for
motivated
one
rock
small
stars
deposit
for
of
a growing team.
$600, you could be your own boss of your own company. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah. You too can own a company like Pyramid Corporation, my company.
Right, I guess.
So what do you do?
I guess I'm gonna look at Heinrich
I'll do it
with
if
like
you
a
want.
very. I'm just staring at him for a minute to just be like,
I'm unwavering.
and then I'm gonna go
This
and
is how
see
I
like
see it. This is how
I
see
can
how
like
we do our money
move
is by
move
just
this
doing stuff.
piece of wall like substance to like the path to go under. Is
Yeah.
that how it's working?
So the way it looks is it looks as if the wall you could shift to the side. There is a tremendous amount of water on the other side. So
it's gonna
be mindful of
fill.
that.
Oh, okay, so it
Yes.
is going to overflow.
However-
It's not like a.
Yes, but looking at this, you can see that cord, that steel cord, twisted braided cable almost, goes down into the darkness. You'd imagine if something is attached to that, it would come up
is
and
what
almost
would be-
connect to this stone.
Does that trace down to where this glowing object is?
The glowing object is at the top of the cord. And Akka, as Heinrich describes it to you, this kind of figure 8, and he describes it as like a thick figure 8, maybe a pulley.
So the pulley is in the water.
I thought
Yes.
I thought it was like down at the bottom. Okay, never mind.
You cannot
Okay.
see the bottom. The bottom you can only really see about 10 feet in.
So it basically looks like there's a window to like a well, but the well is just a big aquarium.
Perhaps. That's what
Or
it looks
like-
like.
Yeah, that. I'm just trying to like picture what I'm trying to do in this situation because I'm gonna open it and I'm gonna, try to get this thing, but I don't know the best way to go about doing that.
Okay.
But I'm probably gonna say
I'm
that.
gonna go back up because I don't want to.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, you should go, and then I'm gonna pop the cap to the water breathing potion, take a sniff, be like, ugh.
Okay. It's not a good smell, but you drink it?
As much as it pains me to do it, I'm gonna drink it.
drink
Okay,
the
so
strange fluid, but you did 31 it, so.
Yeah.
It's almost like the citric tang, but to the extreme. It's almost like battery
Not a
acid.
sponsor.
Really, it tastes bad. Yes. You drink it, and all of a sudden, you feel the sharp burning sensation in your neck. It's almost tracing the lines of your veins, and suddenly these tears appear, and you have gills. The air breathing is almost a little bit more difficult. And you can feel the air passing through the gills as you breathe in. It's not just your mouth, it's through your throat. A little uncomfortable in the air, but you can breathe water.
He's a grung again.
This feels, yeah. This feels
Feels
similar
right.
to my alter self aquatic adaptation that I have not
So
used. in
as
a
you're
while.
doing this, Morwen and Shay up on the top, what are you guys doing?
I mean,
I'm just enjoying being huge.
Okay.
how long have they been down there?
So in the time that they have been down there, it's been about 12 minutes. So over the course of that time, is there anything that you wish to do?
I mean, I would assume that they're gonna be down there for a while, and I would have started a short rest.
Okay. Begin a short rest, no problem.
How long has this whole thing been since we even entered this room?
You have no idea. Make an intelligence check.
Oh, come on.
Sorry,
Aw.
12
it's
minutes
keep
plus
time,
2
man.
rounds of combat, so 12 minutes and 12 seconds.
Well, that seems like cheating.
What is your intelligence? Or what is your roll?
3.
Maybe an hour.
I'm just concerned about that teddy bear.
Fair
Well, I
enough.
mean, it did walk
You
around.
could look at the candle.
Oh yeah, I'll give the candle a little peek. I'll look
Okay,
outside
go
the
over.
room.
You look at the candle. Maybe about an inch is burned down from the last time you were there.
Oh.
No idea what that means, but
Well, if
there you
that
go.
teddy bear comes now, I'm ready.
You
Smack it around.
Ready to hug it.
Yeah. Because it'll be like a
So-
normal size to me.
suddenly Heinrich crawls out of the space up in the top, clambering out in the scale mail. Akka, you beneath. Are you opening the stone?
Before I do, I'm gonna call up and be like, "Make sure I don't die."
Yeah, I mean,
Echoes up the
120 foot range of message. I'll keep trying to ping him while we're doing
Okay.
this.
Sure.
Just be like,
All right.
report back until
I'm
I
gonna-
get here, and then I'll get concerned.
I'm gonna brace myself for the
Yeah.
incoming flux of water,
Mhm.
and then I'm gonna open it.
Okay. Akka, you brace yourself, steeling yourself, and as you begin to pull this away, you move it like a quarter of an inch, and it rips open, and the water into the space. Make a strength saving throw. I'll say make a flat throw because it was going to be at disadvantage. Now it's just flat. You prepared yourself.
Okay, I was gonna say, can I like use my still flight ability to like
If
stay
anything,
above
that's
the water as much as possible?
no. If
I think
anything,
that would
that's
help sweep you away.
yeah. That's about
You're
to
not
that's going to
anchored.
help you slam into the side of the rock.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not bad. That's a 17.
17. You swirl the water instantly, and it's fairly cold.
If that was a fail, I'm gonna use my flash of genius to make it 22.
It was not a fail. You're only taking half
Okay.
damage.
Okay, cool.
But you are swirled end over end. The armor, though it drags you down slightly in the water, is not enough to counteract the force. It jettisons you into the wall. You take 16 points of force damage halved,
Okay.
or bludgeoning damage halved to 8.
Okay. That's not-
You slam, your vision swims for a second, and then you look around and there is just muddy water all around you. You reach out, you can barely see your fingertips in this space. You feel the silt going through these gills that you've grown after drinking the potion of water breathing. You feel it kind of in and out. It's uncomfortable, but you can breathe. It's
Okay.
cold and it is dark. But all of you hear this incoming rush of water, and it kind of equalizes, and it gets to the point right where the kind of stairwell becomes, or the ladder column begins, and it seems to kind of stop, not able to break the tension of this narrow opening. You are now separated from Akka. There's just muddy water sloshing.
You okay? Message.
As good as being underwater in mud and not being able to see can be.
So, yes.
I'm just not going to respond, and I'm going
Okay.
to...
So, yes? Are you okay?
Yes!
You actually see on the top of the water just blub, 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 little bubbles come up as he actually yells in the water.
Can I... Like, is my visibility functionally 0 here?
It's 10 feet.
Okay. I guess I'm gonna make my way back to where I saw the pulley, using as much, as I
Okay.
can.
Yeah. And as you navigate through, it is quiet. The water goes past your ears, and so you can hear the kind of faint sound of the water moving as you kind of like slowly walk your way through. The metal of your armor makes you able to walk on the ground here. So you like very much like slow motion Space Marine style. The silt kind of tossing up around your feet as you go. It's like you're moving through a thick fog bank of silt.
Hmm.
You get to the edge where this door is, and you pass through the glass underneath your feet. You see this cord. You see the pulley that it's attached to. And you look down, and it is just dirt and water. And there's a part of you that knows that you could actually just hook your arm onto that cord and just slide down. You have no idea how deep that goes.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
You look behind you, and you can see around the glass where the cavern wall is, it opens up. You are above a very large body of water. Hard to tell how big, but you feel very exposed.
So there's more than just this one opening now in front of me. There's like another
As you get to
one.
the opening, it is water all around you. There is rock above you. There's like a ceiling. But beneath you, it is like you are on the very top of an underwater ocean.
And
silt.
How large is this opening?
About 8 feet tall, about 3-4 feet wide.
Okay, so like average door size.
Yeah.
Or slightly, but okay. I grab the pulley and try to start pulleying it with my mind.
Okay. With your mind, you can do it. It's a slow process. And you would imagine there is some maybe magical start to this. But as you do it slowly, whatever is on the other side, is there a weight limit?
I think it's 10 pounds.
Okay.
So
this thing does not budge.
Okay. I guess I would try to like use my actual physical body to do it then.
What is your strength score?
Not great. It's a 10.
You put your hands around this. The thick braided steel cable, you cannot close your hands around, but you kind of hold it and you pull. And in the water, your body just kind of floats up straight. There's no real way for you to even move this with your strength.
Let me see. I'm checking my spells.
Is anybody else doing anything as Akka is now just kind of alone beneath the water?
I think we're all just. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I guess short rest as well. Only interrupted if I hear Akka call me back, basically.
Carranza is going to just kind of say, Morwen, do you want to like maybe see if we could open the other door and just like look through? What's that?
Morwen's still a mammoth.
No, I'll nod
right?
yes with the trunk.
Okay.
No, with my head. That seems weird to just be like.
Carranza looks around at everybody. I'm going to turn her back now. You know, I don't think Akka's bringing anything up with him through the water, so. He looks over at you, Morwen, taps the crystal, and suddenly the hair back in, and the form twirls, shrinks, and onto the ground. You stumble, Morwen, just a tabaxi.
Okay, but I'm going to be laughing the whole time, so it goes from chunk noises to actual, like,
Yeah, it's like just laughter.
Yeah.
That happens.
Well, that was a blast. We should do that more often.
Yeah, I can do it a couple times a day. I made Guntir, your friend, into a pig, but I can do a couple different animals, and some of them are more like offensively created like that. But I can do about 3 times a day.
Cool. All right. So what am I doing?
Yeah, come this way. And she leads you over to the northeastern corner, and there is a doorway. It has a lock, a doorknob. There's like an inch gap underneath.
I do a peek.
Make a perception check.
All right. Oops. 17.
You look underneath. You see the beginnings of a banister, a step. It's a staircase going up from there.
There's a staircase going up from.
Yeah, I mentioned. No.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
could you just open the door and we could just kind of take a peek in because you can't see much
that's
up
what you want
that.
me to do. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it locked?
It is, yeah.
Okay. I'm glad she checked before asking me to do that. Okay. Let's unlock some doors. 31.
Morwen, you go down. This is like a standard. This is what you would find in like a bedroom of a regular house. This is like a lock that you push in and turning it unlocks. No problem. You can see just a single hole in the doorknob, not meant for a key, but you stick your tool in there and just applying pressure, ting, it opens.
Great.
Yeah, pretty good. You open the door a couple of inches. Oh. You see in front of you a staircase. So it's rigid, short steps, definitely designed to be the size for like a dwarf. And there's a banister of carved stone that runs 10 feet up the staircase. And it goes to a landing and then turns 90 degrees and continues up to a second floor. Lining the staircase on either side, Morwen, you see about
switch?
half a dozen
Switches.
desiccated looking figures, humanoid, weirdly intangible. They seem almost like sheets kind of hanging in the wind, very ghostly.
I have a feeling those are gonna start moving at an inconvenient time.
Morwen, what is your passive perception?
17.
Your eyes trace the figures up the step. There are weird details to them. You can't see them very well. It's almost like your eyes won't focus on them. But the one directly in front of you, kind of the first one, it's on the left-hand side of the stairs. It's like a man, maybe like in his 40s, 50s, and you notice the garment that he's wearing. Although unclear if it's like a real tangible figure, they're worn in public displays of the dead or funerary services in Dungannon. It's a death shroud. You kind of trace up, you see another figure off to the right, this lithe woman, and you swear you've seen her before. Up on the landing, you see a small figure, much smaller than the others. And then past that, you can see a fourth figure sitting on the stairs. That one, as it switches back, you can see bigger than the others, maybe wearing armor underneath a similar shroud. But Morwen, what really draws your attention is the fifth figure, leaning up against the banister in a way that is eerily familiar. Kind of a thin figure, and the only one not wearing a death shroud. You barely can see it, and your eyes again won't quite focus. But he, for all the world, leans against that banister the same way that Finn would lean against the railings of the Raging Harmony. Finn Mudd.
I don't know about this hallway, man.
Worth noting, as you turn and look at Carranza, pale. The colors in her lips completely drained. Her eyes far away and focused on that small figure.
Heinrich?
I'm not over there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm keeping an eye on the water hole. It's just you and Carranza.
And how many figures are there in here? that I can tell?
Five or six that you can see kind of going up the stairs in various poses, but you can just get out vague details of them.
Peranza. What do you
Silence.
see?
A couple seconds go by, and she kind of shakes her head.
Me too. Keep talking.
I think we should leave.
You think?
She
And I
takes
just
the
shut
door
that door,
and-
just
yeah.
be like, well, now that we know what's behind door number 1, I'm gonna go use the bathroom again.
Okay. As
No,
you walk
no,
away,
I
okay.
don't.
So Karanza says, "Whatever this is, whatever we're going up against, it knows us way too well."
I'm gonna look down this where they are.
Okay.
What?
Now that I'm
Karanza's already walking back towards the group.
Yeah.
Um,
Wait, where are you?
In the room, just standing looking at the water hole.
yeah, you guys
Oh, I
walk
thought you
like
were
40
down
feet
there
away
with
and
No, I
around a
got
corner.
out, so I didn't get drowned.
Yeah.
I'm just
But
in
you're
the
both
room with
up
you
this-
guys.
Up
No.
here with it. So
No.
just Aka's down
Yes.
Aka's alone in the dark, silty water, and the rest of you are up here.
Where have you been?
I've been up here being a dumb mammoth, okay? So excuse me for not
Aka
following
returns
your
to the, or
poop
sorry,
water adventures.
Karanza returns to this main group. You can see like visibly shaken. She comes up to you, Heinrich. So, maybe you can message people with that weird kind of evasive thing. Maybe get Aka back up here. Maybe we should just leave.
Why? But
There's something not right about that room.
there's
Yeah.
something not right about this whole place. I
No, I don't think you understand. This is whatever this is. It's in our heads.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of knew that going down this path versus
No,
the fire.
it knows stuff
monsters.
about me that nobody here should know. Nobody on this continent should know.
I agree, except for the continent thing.
What did you see? Show me.
I'm not going back over there, but Morwen, you could show him. You walk over to the door. Morwen creaks it open.
Mhm.
You see the same things that Morwen saw. These weird figures that are hard to focus in on. But unlike Morwen,
And
your
they're
eyes are
just, like,
drawn to
dressing the staircase.
yes. But unlike Morwen, your eyes are drawn to a different figure than that fifth one. The fourth figure, the one that sits on the stairs, plate mail beneath this death shroud. There's a hood up, but it doesn't hide the fact that there are horns that curve over the head.
Mm-hmm.
And even as you look, you realize that you see elements of light around him, so faint, especially with the backwash of this light that's coming in, even around the corners
by
behind
now
you.
it's probably gone. It's been 10 minutes, right?
Okay, so yeah, so it's
Yeah.
gone. So, but you do see this faint glow, and you realize at the feet of this figure, burning low, there is a candle.
Huh. Does it strike me as me?
No, these horns, tiefling, very, very classic tiefling.
Does it strike me as my brother?
You haven't seen him in a long time, but it certainly looks vaguely
Yeah.
similar.
Wait, and all of them except for mine are wearing a death shroud?
Correct.
Which one are you looking at? Which one's yours? I got dibs on the fifth.
Just like, okay, it's just an illusion, right? And then just gonna detect magic.
You cast Detect Magic as it goes through, and these figures, the nearest one's only about 20 feet away. This sweeps up the steps, and because it switches back and goes around the landing, you catch all of it. There is no magic.
I mean, there's nowhere to go back to, so we go forward. Just close your eyes if it makes you uncomfortable. We're just not doing it now. We gotta wait for Aka.
Heinrich,
What?
is yours wearing a death shroud?
I don't know. Can't really tell. I'm just gonna close the door.
Okay. Shut the door.
But I can tell that all of them are except for mine, so I kind
Yeah.
of know the answer there.
Aka.
E.
So what are you doing? You're now in this water.
Right, that's what I was going to do before I got pulled away.
Yeah.
Before I'm going to go up to Kranza and be like, look, Kranza, to help hasten this up, you change people obviously into the things. Can you change just parts? Could you make it so I could, go down there and not have to worry about breathing?
Yeah. Sorry, you mean like change you?
No, I'd like to remain me. I guess. Well, if you changed me, could I still do the things that I could do now?
Not if I was gonna change you into like an animal. I guess.
Okay. Could you just give me like gills or the ability to breathe water, bubble over my head, something?
I can do that to myself, but I can't really do it to others. Sorry.
Oh, do you want to go down there then?
No, I think we
Okay,
should
that's
leave.
fair.
And already, like, she's kneeling on the ground. You can see she's beginning to etch out the needed parts of a teleportation spell.
I'm just gonna like put my hand on her shoulder and be like, not yet.
She brushes it away and
Just
says,
hang on.
You don't understand.
Look, no one should know that stuff about you. Yeah, I mean, no one should know that stuff about me. If it exists in your head, this thing can get it out of you. It doesn't mean that anyone else knows that stuff. Whatever. If it's something embarrassing or sad, or you can hang on to that. Why does it make you want to leave so bad? We're just going through. We're not trying to live here.
I've known you for what, like 3 days? I don't owe you anything.
I mean, I can't deny that one. So
I don't
She goes
know
back
if
to
we can do
working
this
on this.
without you.
And without even looking around, you can see, and it's just working on this frantically. Miranda's shaking, and she just kind of says, you guys have done all kinds of things before me, and I'm sure you'll be fine.
I want to convince her to stay, but I don't know how. Panache! No, that seems inappropriate right now. But I could.
Yeah,
Panache
right now.
Panache isn't like necessarily a positive thing. You can just like get on someone's level.
All right, I'm gonna get on her level.
Okay, you kneel down.
And then emotionally get on her level.
Oh God. Oren's really bad at feelings. She feels too many. Okay. Listen, whatever you saw in there, there's someone from everybody's past, and we all have to get through it. Isn't it better to get through this together?
And at that, you can see it's just like just drawing out in the chalk, and then stops. She kind of takes a deep breath and turns and looks at you. What did you see?
I saw someone from my past too, and someone that nobody here knows. And it's deep cut a phrase around here. I'm gonna make it. It's a real
Okay.
deep cut.
Okay, yeah, I'm just writing the note down here. It's not somebody who should be here. It's not somebody who should be alive. And it's not somebody I want to see. It's not somebody that I can see.
Well, what if we have to go through that room? I mean, like I said, we're all gonna be in this. God, I
same
can't
boat?
take this shit. Yeah, the same boat. God, I'm bad at.
Make a persuasion
general.
check at
It's
disadvantage.
tough. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. You're pushing yourself. You got to push push your comfort zones.
All right. Well, I can't roll lower than a 25 in persuasion, so there you go.
Wow.
Damn.
Thank God. Well, yeah.
She stops. She looks up at you. This chalk's still in her hand.
You know what does it? It's the cat eyes.
Look, I'm gonna finish this, and I'm gonna have it ready. And you guys can go ahead and you can try to do whatever you want to do. And if you can get rid of whatever that bullshit is on the stairs, I'll go with you. I'm not happy about it. And at the end of this, I'm out. I'm not sticking around.
If I can get rid of it for you, I will.
Nods and kind of goes back. Akka. Beneath the water.
I would have been looking for the magical means to start the pulley.
Okay.
Um,
Make an Arcana check.
how's a 34?
I mean, pretty good.
The button's right there.
Aki, you get right up to this pulley and you investigate it. And as you get close and you begin to kind of move silt aside and pull parts of the corrosion away, there are glyphs, there are arcane runes. This is magic. And with your knowledge of artificing, there are elements that are not dissimilar to Fazarakian techniques. These are different. But there is elements of artificing that have been taught here. This particular pulley is designed to work with a spell called magnetism. It's a very, very simple spell, but it will pull up this braided cable. You get the sense that there is some kind of a thing that is utilized to get to wherever the other end of this cable is. It will come up with the magnetism, and with another application, it will go back down.
Okay. So it's like a lift rather than a pulley.
Perhaps.
Am I able to message back to you now?
It's up to Heinrich. Is he doing message spam?
Yeah, I mean.
Okay. So yeah,
every once in a
absolutely.
while.
Like, does anyone know magnetism?
What's that? I'll say aloud, like, magnets, anyone?
I respond.
I think I have a few.
I respond with that to just like a sigh.
So a long
I message
sigh.
just
I highly doubt it. Certainly not myself, and Karanza by chance. Magnetism, anything. Akka's got something down there.
I mean, I'm not going down into the water, but magnetism?
I've never heard of it either.
If you were to give me like an hour, yeah, I could probably do something. I could whip up a magnet.
I'll ask Akka if he thinks that would work.
It would be slow, but you could certainly try.
Like beyond the hour, it would still be slow, or
if you just apply a magnet to this, yeah, you'd imagine we're talking. You have no idea how deep it is, so no idea. Inches at a time.
I'm gonna message back and just be like, well, this thing is really heavy and is supposed to be lifted with magic, so either I have to swim down there or we have to find another way to lift it.
Okay.
While you guys discuss this, unprecedented, I really need to use the bathroom. So give me 2 seconds.
Let's discuss this.
Yeah, 2 years into the campaign, never had to do it before.
Wow, that's crazy. Look at this, first for everything. My thought is, if you feel safe enough, go down, check out what it is, if it's even worth it, or if it's even too far. Also, how much longer do you have that potion for? How long does that last?
Probably an hour, but I also have alter self, so I'll be fine.
Okay.
Well,
May be worth it to go down there, and if you feel afraid of stuff, poof yourself invisible like you did when we first met.
Yeah, that's not good.
or
Illusions don't work.
wait. So the problem
It's
is
less
that
of an
it's super
illusion.
heavy.
Yeah.
I
Well,
think
can you just borrow his belt? Be a buddy guy. Be a pal.
That would
That's
take
way-
attunement. Yeah.
it's no wait a whole day for him to attune it. He's probably already got a lot of shit attuned anyways.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think it's that
Hungry.
it's lifting stuff up as much as there's something down there and the platform is what's heavy. I don't think there's an object on the other side.
Yeah,
which is
I'm
just
gonna
the
have
way
to
down.
start. I'm just gonna have to
Alright.
swim it.
Apologies.
Do it as fast as you can. I've seen you move quick before. You flew.
Yeah. So what are you doing?
I'm cursing the day I was born and starting to swim down very, very cautiously.
Nice.
Do it invisibly, damn it.
No, because I need that spell slot to get the fuck out.
Okay, fine, fair.
So, Aka, you begin to descend, hand over hand, just kind of cutting through. It is dark, murky
I think the
water.
way that I would do it is because my swim speed is half of my movement speed, right? My walking speed.
If you don't have a swim speed, yes.
Okay. I'm going to use the cable to kind of pull myself down along,
Okay.
so that I don't lose the cable and get lost in the murky waters of
A
doom.
wise idea. You follow the cable, and as you get out of the immediate range of the little bits of light that are kind of coming down, it's dark, and you just see grayscale. You don't quite notice anything especially, but as you get down, you're aware of the fact that there are currents. You can feel water moving. It's not a static body by any means, or perhaps there are things moving it.
I am very unsettled, so I am very much on guard as I descend. And
You
I'm gonna
descend?
go carefully, probably 100 feet, and see if I have any sense of where the bottom could be.
You get
before I-
90 feet down this wire, hand over hand, pulling you through, and suddenly you're aware of dim red glows. And as you get down, suddenly a little bit of a structure emerges, and you realize it's like a round, like a sphere of metal with these very coated in mud, this kind of silt settling onto it, almost portholes. This is similar to what we would kind of consider like a. Have you ever played Bioshock, like the bathysphere that you go down in?
Sure.
This
Okay.
is very similar to that. There are elements of artificing that you see applied to this, and it attaches to this cord. It is currently settled on the bottom. You can see the door is open. It is filled with water. Something bad happened to this. You see the faint red glow is coming from these tiny elements of almost like a coral. And through that, you see tiny bits of movement around them. Little crustaceans, tiny little things just kind of going about their daily life. And you realize this is like a living environment.
Water spiders.
How close are you getting to these crustaceans?
How far away are they right now? 10 feet?
Yeah, you're 10 feet off. That's you can only see 10 feet, so that's as far as.
Are they regular old crab-sized crustaceans, or
Make a perception check.
Like-
Yeah, they look like the size of like a blue crab, perhaps.
That's a 21.
They have way more legs. These are very similar to the spiders that you saw above. Tiny, much smaller.
Water spiders.
Water spiders.
Shit. Nothing else within this. It's are they in the bathysphere thing or on top of it?
Both, and as you adjust a little bit, you can see there's some kind of crawling in, there's some on top, there's some around the base of it in the kind of dirt that coats this area. They're fairly populous down here, and as your eyes adjust, you see other little bits of life. Tiny, little, pale yellow, almost like jellyfish, the size of a penny. No larger, just motioning in, and the little bits of silt displaced as they kind of move away. With a 21, you feel like there's more. This is not like a flat bottom. This descends gradually. This is maybe a shelf as it goes further down.
Okay.
It's hard to tell how big the space is, but you're getting a sense. This isn't like a cistern. This isn't like a lake.
This is like an ocean.
Perhaps. Make a flat, or no, not flat. Make a history check.
That's pretty good. 17 plus 5. 22.
Okay. In your work with the Dungannon Antiquities Collective, you've heard of items that exist within the Underdark. Things that belong to various drow empires, things of that nature. And within the Underdark, there is a massive ocean. This ocean, you don't know the name of it necessarily, but supposedly it spans from Dominion all the way north across the shifting glacial sort of path to the Ald, and it stretches across the Emerald Expanse, hundreds of miles, and even goes under the eastern reaches of Everest. It is a massive underwater ocean.
So this is
This
probably
might be the sort of easternmost edges of it. Yes.
Can I get a better look inside this bathysphere thing for anything other than just a bunch of ocean spiders?
You let go of the cord and you begin to slowly just kind of sink as your armor carries you down.
I want to like very clearly stay within range of being able to see the cable, so I don't.
So you settle
I'm
onto the
not
ground
trying
and you can see the cable going down to the bathysphere kind of thing.
Okay.
So you won't lose it.
Okay.
But you onto the ground, little silt up. You see tons of these little spiders just begin to like walk away. A little bit slow motion underwater, but they're moving. Meanwhile, up top, what are the rest of you doing? It's been at this point close to like a half an hour. What is the range on message?
It's 120 feet. Is it at this point that I cannot reach him?
You are you are literally feet out of range.
Okay.
So if I swim back up like 5 feet, I'll be good.
Or if
You
go
don't know
still,
that, but
though,
yes.
dang.
Yeah.
If you go closer to him.
I can't get any closer.
If you were to
I can
swim
stick my
like
head
10
underwater.
If you were to swim 10 feet down, you would be able to reach him.
Yeah.
How could you
I'm
see
gonna
the
keep
door up
pinging
there
him.
with me
Okay.
if you're down there with him?
I'm not
Where the hell are you?
standing at the top of a hole that is filled with water that then has the glass bottom chamber room that then has the entrance to this further down thing.
Okay, did you go back down
No,
there
No.
after
there's
looking
water
through the door?
filling with it. It's just filled with water.
And Heinrich is looking down at the water trying to cast message down, but he has no idea where Akka is there.
Yeah. And even now, I'd have to have a direction. I have
I
to
don't know where
point.
the
So
hell
like,
anybody is.
I don't think even if
So
I were
right
to go
now-
down there, I'd have to like sweep ping him basically.
So if you were to look at this room, the encounter map that I gave you, that loose sort of tile, if you want to call it that, is kind of to the top right corner where you see those eggs after Heinrich like burned them away. It's underneath that.
Okay.
So right now you, Shay, Karanza's a little bit away, but is there, and Heinrich are all kind of around that. Akka is down in the water itself, somewhere beneath that tile.
Cursing the day I was born.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that the
That-
door, though.
The door is over here.
Not that door.
Yeah.
The trap door. I thought
The
that there was
trap-
a louder.
Yeah,
Yep,
that's
the
filled
trap.
with
Yeah.
water now.
Yeah, that whole passageway is filled up with water when Akka opened the other
See,
door in.
That's what I didn't
Yeah.
get.
So it's like an L now. The length of the L is the ladder that then goes straight into the room. And the room, there's an entrance into this larger water space.
Understood.
At this point, about a half an hour has gone by. Akka has not returned.
Yeah.
Akka, you would also have you're beginning to wonder, at what point is this potion going to wear off?
Yeah, I've been keeping that in my mind because I have backup plans.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean, after I stopped being able to ping him, I don't know what I would do other than like hold my breath, be like, hold on a sec, see if I can reach him again, and just
Stick
like
your head under.
just like stick my head.
Roll
like,
to my set of dice. Why not? You guys are literally, technically, you're 2 feet away from being able in range to do this. So roll to my
Yeah,
set
I'm
of dice.
just gonna go down in the water and hold my breath, follow the cable, pinging it for a bit.
Okay.
Is there
16 on the die?
16? Sure. You get down, you put your whole chest beneath the water.
Mhm.
And as you cast this, suddenly, and almost like faintly, like a call from far away, Akka, you hear Heinrich's voice.
You okay? Where are you? I haven't been able to reach you.
it's like an ocean down here.
Is it worth investigating? Is there anything of value, or should you just come back up? Karanza's trying to leave.
To that point, I'm going to investigate inside the bathysphere for
Make an
anything of
investigation
note.
check. Yeah.
Well, hurry back up. Karanza's trying to leave.
That's 25.
25. Investigating this, there are like small crystal panes over parts of this. It looks like at one point this was probably able to emit light and thus illuminate the space down here a little bit better. You can see going around the edge of this bathysphere, there are elements of work. It looks like maybe this was planning on being expanded. You see a post kind of maybe 5 feet away. Just as you put your hand on the bathysphere and kind of keep it near you, you can see it just through the silt. There is no cord attached to it, so it hasn't been finished, but it looks as if maybe there is a second kind of step plan down.
So this is like one line of cable, and then there was potentially going to be more cable, but it's not finished.
Correct. As you get to the bathysphere, you see this ruined, what looks like a really big suit of armor made out of almost like leather. There is a shattered kind of dome-like helmet that was made out of glass and isn't kind of shattered inwards. You can see pockmarked this kind of skull on the inside of it. This long dead dwarf. Getting closer to that. Do you want to try to like open up the suit?
I guess if you're asking me if I want to try to open up the suit.
I mean, you don't have to. I'm just
So
asking.
is it?
There's not a lot else
So
around.
this is basically like a diver's suit, right?
Yeah.
Like a leather diving suit.
Yep.
I guess I would like inspect it to see if there's anything on the body, and then I'm thinking like speak with dead. Maybe it makes sense to like take this skull up, and then I'm like, God, I've become one of them.
Yeah, very much so. Okay. Yeah, you could certainly do that. As you go over, you begin kind of inspecting it and poking it and prodding it. Suddenly, as you poke it, you feel this strong wriggle on the inside of the suit. And as you back away, this eel-like creature slithers out of this space and off into the silt. The silt swirling around behind it, almost like a dark, inky moray eel of a sort, a little longer. And it kind of disappears, leaving just bits of silt and tiny little bits of the spiders, little living spiders, kind of just swirling in its wake away. But you want to pull it open?
Yeah, I guess I've gotten past the spooky eel scare, so.
You pull part of it open. About a dozen more of those little spiders go swirling off into the current. You see rib cages, sternum. Do you want to like root around in there?
I think I want to figure out like what was the cause of death for this. Did the thing just like rupture under the pressure, or was it attacked by something, to that extent?
Okay. Make a medicine
if there's
check.
like anything on this body of note.
Make a medicine check.
Ooh, nice. I keep rolling like 17s and 19s. That's a 24.
Okay. You kind of pull this up and begin to inspect it. As you move it, more of these little spiders kind of climb out. You look, and there's a perfect puncture hole. Looks almost like if these things existed, like a bullet, just gone straight into the skull. Perfectly kind of right at an angle in the temple. Looks like the cause of death. Looking at the helmet itself, where it shatters, you see the initial point. There's like a matching hole, kind of jagged because the glass shatters from it, but it seems to be a piercing strike from the outside.
But not anything through like the front opening of the bathysphere itself, right?
The bathysphere looks
external.
Relatively intact. It's old. It's been exposed to the water for a long time. You imagine if you had access to magnetism, you could probably get it up and running. It's full of water at the moment, so you'd have to figure out a way to empty it out. That was not the intent of the design, but
right. But it seems like the thing that killed this guy was within the sphere itself, and so probably he killed himself. That's what I'm trying to intuit from, investigating this.
Make an insight check.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. You begin to look at this body. You kind of wonder about this, and as you step forward, your foot hits something. And you look down. It's like a small handheld pickaxe. And looking at the long nature of it and kind of holding it up, it looks like it would match. Yes, he probably did in a single strike, kill himself with this axe. Why he would do that? Hard to
That's a question for another day.
Take his head and come back up.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna be like sorry and try to dislodge his skull so I can
It's
swim
an old
back up.
body, no problem. You pop the skull right off. You pull it away.
It's
and
gonna,
you
this is
spider
gonna be a
it
fun
through.
conversation.
And you begin to make your way back to the top, kicking little bit by little bit. After about 45 minutes in total, closer to 50, Akka suddenly pierces the top of this. First, actually, it's a skull in Akka's hand, and then Akka kind of pulling himself
Frank's got a friend.
Oh, what are you gonna
Don't
do?
say that. Stop it. No.
You
Ah.
emerge, Akka,
So
soaking wet.
Does he stink?
Should we cover this back up at least?
I think so, yeah. Let's just I'm gonna close the trap door
Sure.
and be like, so I think that's the an entrance to the Underdark, because how familiar are you with the Underdark?
A little bit.
Yeah, so
anyone else? I think I got the most info blast on that from Edelweiss.
so my understanding is a little murky itself, but what I do know is that there's supposed to be essentially a giant underground ocean for a large portion of the area, and I think that's what this is.
And that's
And
just right here
I
beneath
found-
this house.
Yeah, I found this skull. Seems like this guy was trying to descend, made it down about 100 feet with, the cable is to a bathysphere type. I don't know if the bathysphere exists in this world for you to understand it, but
Described. You're just it's like
yeah,
a
you can
sphere of
describe
metal
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
People can stay in while they go down deep in water. Blah blah.
But yeah, not something that you are aware exists.
God, Gunter's not here to be described as a sphere of
like
metal that holds a person
yeah, it's
inside
like
of it.
some sort of sphere
Yeah, I know, right?
that's like the opposite of a bath because it keeps the water out. So like an anti-bathysphere.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
So tried to go down. Something happened, and he killed himself.
Oh, great.
Kronza looks around to all of you guys. I mean,
So-
we gotta leave this place.
I
There's
am
nothing for us here.
in full agreement, but I brought the skull because if anyone knows Speak with Dead,
Yeah, our best friend used to do that all the time.
cool. So maybe he
I
can.
still do.
Oh, cool. So maybe you can.
Yeah, I mean, this guy seems a little shy though, so let me bring out Frank and see if we can get to him.
That's not gonna help.
So I'm just gonna take the skull.
That's
from
not
your
gonna
hand.
help.
I put him down on the ground. I put skull. I bring out Frank. I introduce them.
You put them face to face, like a foot away from each other.
Yeah, and just like
I'm just like,
this is random sir or madam. This is Frank. You know.
so if anyone else knows Speak with Dead,
Shh, shh, shh. No,
we
Frank's
might be able to
getting
get
to
some.
it.
Just go ahead. Let her pretend.
We're just gonna enable this. This is.
You guys
It's like what you do
spend
for each
how
other.
long are you gonna watch these two skulls stare at each other? Because that's what they
I'm
do.
waiting. I'm waiting for.
This. I'm just
Go
kind of
ahead,
like.
Go ahead.
This is what you do for each other. You just let this happen, and I'm gonna grab the skull back and be like, no, and put it away.
Okay.
Frank was just telling a good story.
Frank feels kind of sad, Morwen.
It's okay.
But is it?
Look, if you brought it up to speak with it, go ahead. See if we can discern anything.
Well, I can't. I brought it up because I figured someone might know how to do that.
No.
I'm gonna make a quick
Good
check
try.
on the candle.
Okay. Run back. It's getting kind of low, about halfway burned down, this candle.
Yo, we're about halfway to bear time.
Oh, look. Akka, come over here. I'm just gonna get Akka out of earshot of Karanza.
Okay. You guys kind of walk over towards the door, which is the furthest point away.
Yeah. Look, behind this door, something really spooked Karanza. I mean, myself as well. I guess Morwen as well. Seems
So
like
you all-
whatever's here is pulling dark shit from our past out and putting it on the stairwell leading forward, which to me seems kind of like a line of defense against whatever's been spying on us. Karanza's trying to leave because it got her good. That's what the teleportation circle on the ground is. So I don't think we have her for much longer, which means we're stuck here. But she said she'd continue with us if we can get rid of that. So I think we should just kind of set her here, have her hang out, and then we'll just blind charge through so we don't feel all fucked up by whatever's in the staircase. Get to the other side and figure out what's going on.
And just leave her?
She didn't
So
want to go through. We got to get rid of the. Well, you're not there, but
right. You
Wait, no, yes, I am.
They walked away specifically to get away from Karanza.
yeah.
So if you wanted to go with them, you can.
Yeah, I'll just boop. Hi.
Oh, right.
Oh.
Look,
What you talking
we
about?
gotta reassure her somehow so that we keep her around, because otherwise we're fucking stuck.
So your plan to do that is to brute force your way through what you seem to think is a defensive mechanism
Mentally,
created
not
by
physically.
created by the thing that knows all of your innermost thoughts already.
Either that or
With
we,
Akka raising his voice from over in the middle of the room, you hear Karanza say, I already said I'm not going to do it, so, you know.
it's. I mean, are we going forward or are we going backward again? Or are we going through a wall? Can we go through a wall? Can I figure out if there's a way to just like push through the wall?
So I feel like all of this going other ways is just circling around the same issue that is this creature that can know our innermost thoughts.
Exactly. And like, we could just say fuck it to the Cold Forge and just leave. But that's why are we here? What's the point?
Well, that's what I was gonna say, is what's the point of coming here just to go away?
Right. So then that's why.
Unless you know of another way to mend the breaker.
Oh, I do. No, imagine.
That's it.
Guys, I fixed it months ago.
Boren pulls out this gleaming staff.
Yeah, ultimately that's it. Ultimately it's forward. Facing fears, whatever. We've all got shit in our past and it eventually comes back. So just meet it head on. At least that way you're kind of facing it, not running away from it.
Shay is the only person who is not actively doing things in this time. You can mark off a short rest at this point.
Nice.
Wonderful.
Well,
I think at the end of my short rest, I'm actually going to get up and make my way over to this door.
Okay, you do so. You kind of walk past. This is like literally as this is happening. So you kind of walk past Morwen and everybody but Karanza, basically.
Yeah. All I know is that whatever's on the other side is most likely an illusion. It's not there. We can just walk right through it, charge right through it, boldly, you know?
Shay, you hear this all as you walk by and you get to the door. Is there anything you want to do with it?
I'm opening it.
Okay. You have the door swing open and you
Like
see...
that, and I point at Shay.
Everybody turns. You see Karanza turn fearfully and then turn back, like almost away from this door. You see almost nothing, Shay, because your eyes are drawn to that second figure, Lithe, standing upright in the middle of the stairs. And as the door kind of comes to a rest, you can see that she's wrapped in this shroud. You've never seen shrouds like this before. The ears are long and elven, and you can see the hair straight, silky, silver, unbraided, and it spills across the earthen skin of her back. She carries no staff, but Shay, even in the darkness, and even here, you recognize her.
Walking forward.
Okay. Shay steps through the door. Is anybody
I'm
doing
gonna go.
anything?
I'm going. I'm
I'm
going
gonna
with her.
be
I'm
like,
following.
well, wait.
I'm not trying to
Yeah.
stop her.
Okay.
And I'm gonna follow because I'm like, well, I guess that answers that.
Kronza, we'll be right back. We're taking care of this. Don't go anywhere.
Ah,
Morwen, what are you doing?
Kranza, just in case of that bear, go like hide in the bathroom or, stay safe. Don't be just out in the open like this, and I'll come back for you when I can. As soon
Kronza
as I
just kind
can.
of nods. Her face down, you can see she's drawn the hood up and now kind of wears it around. You can just kind of see her nose, but it bobs. She stands up and kind of walks towards the bathroom. You all come to the staircase. Shay, you get to the first figure a little bit before everybody else. You see this man, early 40s perhaps, swathed in these dirty gray robes. And as you get closer, you can see on the lapel, and he's wearing almost underneath the shroud, it looks like a very nice suit almost. But you see a pin with 3 stylized letters woven into each other, DAC. You can see his hands are around his stomach. As the rest of these people draw close behind you, you can see it shifts and moves. And for the rest of you, it seemed almost like this kind of strange, almost like a mannequin, but as you get closer, it becomes more lifelike, more lifelike. And then suddenly it moves slowly, its eyes drifting up to you, Aka. You can see the hands kind of tighten a little bit. And he speaks. I tried to help, didn't I? Even when the others wouldn't. And he pulls his hands away, and you see through this wound, this inky black blade protruding through. And as he pulls his hands away, this blood just erupts from it for a second. And even as it does, it becomes dust that just scatters with the rest of this figure, and the shroud settles to the stairs.
is that who I think it was?
That was Mr. Gift. Beyond by 10 feet, you see a lithe figure standing.
Continuing.
These are just illusions.
Yeah, this shit ain't real. I'm saying out loud, forcefully.
Perhaps. As you do, Shay, you approach and you can see the back of this woman. Certainly, this is Era. And as you draw within a couple of feet, you hear her voice clear in the space. When even your mother spurned you, I did not, Shay. Did we not take you in? Did we not teach you the ways of our people to protect us in turn? And you can see she begins to turn. Why did you stay away for so long? And as she does, the face comes into view. You see just dark eyes, single kind of black orifices. And as she does, you can see just from the lips, which are almost peeling, why? Dust. It just swirls and the shroud settles to the ground. You can see a third figure on the right, smaller, much smaller.
Continuing.
The rest of you following Shay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just kind of like gritting my teeth.
Yeah, I'm just feeling bad because all of
Shay-
these have black shrouds except for mine, so at least I've got that.
The small figure as you near looks up. The skin, kind of like a chestnut brown. The hair is short, kind of natural curls, very similar to Carranza's. He smiles and then begins to dissolve before into dust, the shroud settling to the ground, saying nothing. There's a fourth figure, now past the landing, up on the switchback. Heinrich, you see sitting, kneeling almost with this candle now barely burning, but just ever so slightly by the feet. Plate mail beneath this shroud looks very similar to your brother. What are
Continuing.
you doing? Okay.
Yep.
As you draw close, you can see he doesn't look up, but you hear Erdos's voice. He shakes his head a little bit. Looks like not much has changed, Markovir. still running with pirates and killers, as always. How is it that you have so many deadly friends and still couldn't find it within yourself to help me in the halls of atonement? Now you've let shade be taken as well. Aren't you supposed to be watching, brother? And as the eyes look up, you see one dark, one gold, and then disappears. Dust, the shroud settles. Behind that, you can see
Fists are clenched.
Not gonna
Morwen.
make a comment about that one.
Morwen, you see this fifth figure leaning against a banister. It flickers a little bit. The image is almost like a poorer quality than the others, not entirely composed. And as it flickers, you see this roguish smile across the face, familiar, mischievous grin in the eyes. This is the only figure so far without the shroud. He pushes off from the banister. You can see the leather armor over a simple white long-sleeve shirt and the set of admiral's pants that Morwen, you plundered from the Dungannon Navy. These had once belonged to an admiral, and this is actually
Pants.
no, but this is the events that immediately kicked off to the chase that eventually ended in you being knocked overboard from the Raging Harmony. And as he takes a step closer to you, he says, "Damn, Morwen replaced us already? That's cold." And he stands up straight. And as he does, all of you see this little necklace in the air. And for a moment, you can see the exact same one that Morwen wears. This intricate kind of M. Do they know you'll ditch them soon as trouble rears its head? You think they know that you'll leave them to die? Hell, it seemed easy enough when it was us. And he just kind of winks at you, and as the eye winks, turns into dust and vanishes.
I'm
You are all
crying.
now up. Fair enough. And you're at the top of the staircase, and you can see Shay. The top at the very top. There is a 20-foot long hallway. There's 2 doors on the left and 1 to the right. Heinrich, you would know on the right. If you were to travel through that doorway, you'd be heading back in the direction of your original destination. You can see the door is cracked open slightly, about 6 inches, and you see a wall running along the left side, which means the room opens up beyond. The wall has this sky blue paint that is peeling and curling off the stone, and you see edges of chalk drawings and flickering candlelight.
I'll just point
Morwen,
at
go get Carranza.
Okay.
She said she's not gonna come.
Morwen, as you turn
I
at
got
the
rid of
bottom
the
of the
walls.
staircase, you see 5 figures looking back up at you. Black eyes, silent,
Same ones?
same ones.
Oh dear. I don't know.
Behind you guys now, as Morwen turns back around, that door opens 6 inches. Opens fully.
Well, that's about as big of an invitation that I've ever seen. I'm just gonna start storming forward.
Okay. With increased machismo, you walk forwards and stand on the door, and you look into this room. It's bizarre. It's like a nursery, a baby's nursery that has been stretched 40 feet long, 15 feet wide. You see at the end of it a large cradle designed for 2 or maybe even 3 children toppled over on its sides. The contents are facing away from you, the legs pointed in your direction. Along the sides of these walls, massive, slightly decayed stuffed animals line the sides, dozens of them. On your right, a massive unicorn. Its horn is sagging down. The whole creature lisps badly forward as the stitching around the legs is given way. On the left, you see 6 feet tall, this long octopus or squid with tentacles, many with the stuffing erupting through the seams. It's all illuminated by about a dozen or so candles that burn low. The wax is dripping down a chair, the crib, a nightstand, and at the opposite end of this hallway, an open door. You can see on either side of this doorway, there's a stuffed alligator, a stuffed cow, and you see through this door a banister that would suggest stairs going down. In front of you, maybe 15 feet, the only thing that obscures this empty path between you and this crib, there is a toy chest kind of flaring out at the top, faded paint, and on top of it sits a box, probably about the size of a grapefruit, hinged. It looks like a music box, and it is closed. And because it is 12:32, this is where we're going to end for the evening. So, thank you guys for hanging out for an especially spooky episode of Adventures in Alberon.
Spooky.
Been building to it for some time. Yeah, so great job. You guys survived. There was just a very brief encounter, and you murdered those spiders. Although they actually got off more damage than I thought they would. But yeah, are we all back next week? Question mark.
Mhm.
All right. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with us for this session of Adventures in Alberon. Sumiwa, Das, and Talon, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Everybody else who's lurking, we appreciate it very much. We'll be back next week at 8:30 p.m. on Friday for session 78 of Adventures in Alberon. We'll see you then.